Maybe. Thanks for letting me know my mic was muted. Fun, fun, fun. Okay, I think... maybe. Maybe we fixed it. We can't tell. Let's see, audio input capture. Okay. You'll have to let me know. Is that working now? Potentially. Hopefully. Yes or no? Potentially. Hopefully. Yes. Okay, cool. Perfect. That's all I needed to hear. We're good. Awesome. Alrighty. Yeah, so to recap, because I'm sure my mic was muted for both times that I did that. I am working on Mob Complex page number 45. I'm streaming just to get a little bit of motivation to like actually sit down and draw it. I've got all my snacks around me and like all of my drinks and stuff, so it doesn't matter. I should not be able to move from this chair for a while. Hopefully it works out that way, but fingers crossed. My neighbors are a little noisy today, so pardon if there's any noises going on outside of the studio, but fingers crossed this works. Okay, let's get this started. Let's move this out of the way for a sec. Pull this monster over. There we go. And I might have to take off my Disney sweater here in a second because it is too toasty. Okay. And I should have chat kinda up on the side. Hopefully. I can see y'all type in when you do, so hopefully it like doesn't have a huge gap in latency, but we'll see. Also, I did some figure drawing the other day. I was super excited about it. We have a little art group going on, and I did some figure drawing studies, and it was a ton of fun, so very, very excited about that. Alrighty, I'm gonna pull up the stream on a second monitor just to double check if it's actually working. Maybe. Yep, okay it is. We're good. We're perfect. This is great. We're doing great. Nailed it. Oh, why is that so chonky now? Dang it. A little... Fancy, fancy, fancy. Okay. Well, unfortunately, my speech bubbles are extra crispy now. I have to figure out what happened. I also should put my phone on Do Not Disturb just for a bit. Just so we're not having anything, I swear. I've done this before. Yes, what's your question? Good question. So if I remember correctly, it's technically nothing. Let me double check so I'm not leading you astray. Okay, there we go. So, let's see. It says all tarantulas are spiders, but not all spiders are tarantulas. Tarantulas are usually large, always covered in hairs, and they are hunters that pounce on their prey, unlike spiders that spin webs. The other distinction that some people say is not all spiders are hairy-bodied, whereas tarantulas are always. Tarantulas have 2 or 4 spinnerets, silk exuding tube-like structures, while spiders have 6. So technically it's just a minute detail. It's nothing like terribly important. But I did try to use that distinction in the comic to just kind of differentiate between like Tank and Skinner's not necessarily species, I guess, but like kind of their subclass, race, whatever you want to call it, but that's kind of how I've been using it. Also, I need to brush up on all my bug facts because, and I know spiders aren't bugs, but it still stands. Because I did a ton of research for the comic and then immediately like used it, and then recently I've forgotten a lot of my information, so I need to look back into that. Yeah, of course, no problem. Also, when I hit play on Spotify, if you will let me know if it seeps through into the stream, just so that way I don't get copyright struck. I did put it on a different, like, channel, hopefully, but... Yeah, and biology questions are always super fun. They're one that I like to keep in my back pocket every once in a while, but unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. Sometimes I just forget. Like, I used to be a huge animal fun fact nerd. I've lost a lot of that over the years. I need to get back into, like, Discovery Channel or wherever else I was learning back in the day. It's definitely weird to be a YouTuber, especially like calling myself a YouTuber, because ever since I was a kid I wanted to be a YouTuber, but I didn't realize that like I could actually do it. So it's very strange. It's kind of this weird in between of like feeling like I got there and feeling like I just barely made it. So I'm gonna try harder to like work on the channel as a whole, just to get it to, you know, really feel like I'm actually doing this as a part-time job. I need to focus in a little bit on it, but yeah, thanks. But I just need to like I need to really focus in on like animations, but also live streams, because I tend to forget to live stream my work, and it's the easiest thing I could do. You know, like I should be doing more live streams. It's just they take me like 2 hours to set up most of the time, because I do such large gaps in between them that I'll sit there for 2 hours fiddling with settings, and then I'll realize that, oh wait a second, that, you know, I could have, you know, taken 5 minutes or less to set up the next time if I just, you know, streamed all the time. So oh, on a side note, I went to a oh gosh, what are those called? Like improv thing. I went to an improv thing recently, and it was fascinating. But they had basically whomever wanted to get up on the stage and do things, and it terrified the heck out of me. Like, I was just sitting there and I was like, oh yeah, this is fine. And I went with a friend, so I was like, okay, you know, like, I don't have to participate if I don't want to, like, this will be fine. But I don't know what came over me, but I had the urge to get up on stage and do stuff. It was terrifying, but I feel like YouTube definitely helped me get through that. Because if I hadn't, like, I have terrible stage fright, terrible stage fright. The only reason it's easy is because I know that there's like, as far as YouTubing, there's a camera, and then there's you guys on like chat. So I'm like excited to see you guys. I'm doing whatever. But it's also just really rough because every once in a while I'll just be like, oh yeah, this is fine. And then remember how many people are potentially behind that. So I'm like, oh gosh. but like in person on a stage, that was terrifying. Ton of fun, absolutely terrifying. So it's definitely one of those things that like eventually I want to get better at. Like I want to be able to get up on stage, but I'm so introverted and very, very shy. So unfortunately, a lot of my stuff is just like, oh yeah, maybe I could do this. And then I get up there, I'm like, nope, never mind. And my hands are shaking just thinking about it. But like I went up on stage and the whole time I was talking, I had to like clasp my hands together in order to make sure that they weren't like tremoring. So I was trying to be really good about like participating and making sure that I wasn't too quiet for the audience, and you know, is very, very difficult, but I hope I can do something like that again in the future just because it was super fun. I wish I would have recorded it. Like I didn't think about recording until afterwards, but I wish I would have done it for one of those like what is it? Like one of those becoming a polymath videos that I'm trying to put out. I'm hoping I could do one of those in the future on like improv. Cause I was in tech theater in junior high and high school, and it was a ton of fun. But I haven't gotten back into it. So I was hoping I could, and we'll see in the future, but I might make a little video off of it just to show like what I've been up to and what I can do. So we'll see. This speech bubble is looking more and more terrible the further I get on it. I'm just gonna start that over. I'm like trying to clean it up, and in reality I should just like take the whole thing and just start over, because it's way less difficult to start over on these things than it is to like try to clean one up. We'll see if it works out that way. But yeah, improv is fun. I'm hoping to see if there's any other things that I could do. I don't know. My friend suggested, I want to say it's called capoeira. I can't. I can't remember what it's actually called. I hope that's the name, because otherwise I probably just butchered it. But I think it's gonna be good. Like I think that one would be really fun, because I was into taekwondo when I was a kid and karate, and that just sounds like a ton of fun. Like a fighting style that's based off of dance. Super cool. So we'll see if it works out, but also, I'm gonna go to FanX for a little bit, because I got myself a ticket. I'm super excited. I'm hoping to meet Blake Roman, who did the voice of Angel Dust for the Has Been Hotel series. Super excited about that. Hoping it turns out nice. I want to go into Artist Alley and just kind of raid the place and look at all the things and buy everything, because I love supporting other artists. I think it's awesome. So I've saved up a decent chunk of money to do that. But I am hoping that I can get that figured out. Also, thank you. I'm hoping, I really like the newest short. I think it's really funny too. the audio that I picked for it, I've found that dude, I think at the very beginning when I started making Mob Complex, and then he just popped back up on my feed, and I was like, holy crap, it's the same dude. And so I was like, I just have to make an animation for it, because he's a reason why Tank has the personality he does, if I'm correct. Because I remember seeing his videos, and I was making a mobster character, and his videos just started like popping up on my feed, and I was like, oh my gosh, wait a second, you know, this would be way cool to like kind of lean more towards like this kind of grouchy, silly mobster. So I think it leaked a little bit of his personality into Tank as a character. Obviously there's more characters that I based him off of, but I think the shorts that he does are so cool. Here, let me pull up his name so that way I'm not A, butchering it, and B, just kind of being like, oh yeah, you know, whatever. Let's see. It's the real Samal Khatib. And he's really awesome. I think he's super cool. Also, sorry if I butchered that name. But he is so funny. Like, all of his shorts are just hilarious. If you have a chance, please go check him out, because he is so funny. And I'm hoping he's still a good dude, because that is a ringing endorsement. Like, he's really, really solid at, you know, all the skits that he creates. To the point where when certain, like, guests will come on, like, it really frames how good of an actor he is. Because certain actors on, like, the guest appearances will not be the same like level of funny or like genuine in how they portray their tone. So it's very interesting to watch all of his stuff, because you know, he feels like a genuine actor. He's very, very cool, and all of his stuff just seems, you know, very natural to him. Okay, so now that the speech bubbles are kind of taken care of, we'll figure this out. We got speech bubbles here. I'm gonna lock them, turn them off, and then we're gonna go ahead and start drawing. Now, I'm really struggling with perspective. I've never been really good at perspective. I don't know what it is about perspective. It just doesn't click in my brain. Like, I know the general idea of how to do it. Like, obviously, you draw your horizon line and you put your little points on it and blah, blah, blah. But I really struggle with the bigger picture of perspective. Like, where do I put my camera? Where do I put the eye line? You know, like, where does all this stuff go? And it's really tricky sometimes. So hopefully I can get it down a little bit better, but we'll see. Also, let's see if I can do a silly little thing here. Okay, there we go. I think we nailed it. Also, I'm gonna very carefully bring this into view because it is very full right now. I've got a cute little Snoopy mug. Be very, very careful. And the other side says, "Hello, pumpkin." It's my new favorite mug. I'd show you the inside, but I can't. But it's an orange internal, and then it has like a little doodled leaf on the bottom. But But it's my favorite mug right now, and I'm very excited about it. And I like the fact that when you guys are seeing it on the camera, you get to either have Hello Pumpkin or Snoopy while I get to see the other side, so it makes me happy. But I'm playing a very dangerous game right now because I have that right next to right next to my keyboard. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I love Snoopy. He's one of my favorites. I freaking love him. Snoopy, Winnie the Pooh, like any of those kind of characters, very old, very nostalgic. I love them. That's just, it's what I grew up with, so it makes me very happy. But yeah, the Snoopy mug is my newest addition to my collection, so I was very excited. I'm hoping I can get at least one more, but I will be very content if this is the only Snoopy mug that I get, just because it's so dang cute. Oh, also, I don't know how y'all would feel about a like a live stream for, there it goes, for Halloween or whatever. I'll have to figure that one out, but we'll see. Also, let's do this real quick. Let's grab this real quick. And hopefully that worked out. Okay. We just posted that we're live. Perfect. Okay. I'll get back into it eventually, I swear. Like, I'll have to figure it out, but we'll figure it out. Ketchup? Ketchup what? Ooh. Ooh. Let me see if I can... No. My mic does not like that. I need to get a new mic stand because this one's kind of silly placement no matter what. Also, I don't know if y'all want to see my dog. Oh yeah, no, from the short, for sure. I love that. It's one of my favorite lines, especially how he says it, because he kind of says it with an I instead. He goes, like, ketchup? And it's the best part of the whole thing. Okay, hold on. Let me show you my dog real quick. She's scratching at the door. This is my dog Belle. She's super cute. She can unfortunately smell all my snacks in here, so she's just kind of here for now. she's trying her best. So this Belle, can you say hi? Yeah. Her little tail is going a million miles an hour right now. I don't know if yeah. 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 You're so cute. Okay, now I gotta let you out. So that one's Belle. I have one more dog. Her name is Ellie. And she's a real cutie. Yeah, she's like... She's not terribly big. She's actually pretty small. Just on camera, she looks massive because you can only see, like, torso up from me, and I'm really small. So it looks like she's a big dog, but in reality, she's probably, like, I don't know, maybe a foot and a little tall, foot and a half tall, like on all fours. She's so cute, though. She makes me very happy. But if you hear her yapping, that's why. She's trying to get to my snacks. I'm also hoping to get better at talking while I draw, because that is definitely something I need to work on. Because I get really bad gamer face whenever I stream. Like, I'll be sitting there and I'll be playing a game and I'm just like or like I'll be drawing and I catch myself not talking for like an hour and a half and I'm like, oh shoot, I need to get better at that. So here I am trying to get better at that, but we'll see if that works out or not. I'm very excited. I'm hoping to do, if anyone has ever seen Hoodwinked, for the next short, I'm hoping to do like the short of the soundbite from it, and it's like, Dinamite! Must be Italian. And then the wolf looks over and it's a stick of dynamite, and he goes, oh! Lose the dynamite! Or lose the candle! And he like chucks it out the window. Or out the, minecart. It's so funny. It makes me very happy, but it's very Tankin and Axel coded, so I have to do that one as one of the animations, so. Also, I may or may not eat on camera. We'll see, because it's very rude, but I am very hungry, and I'm getting the smells of peanut butter and like the roast beef sandwich that I made over there. It's very strong, and I'm like, that smells so good. And that's meant to be two separate sentences. It's not a roast beef and peanut butter sandwich. It's a roast beef sandwich, and there's a peanut butter dipping like side snack to it. So it's not together. Don't worry. I'm not crazy. That's too strange of a combination for me. Also, if you want to see a little sneak peek of my walk cycle stuff, here's this bit. I'll mute it so that way I don't get in trouble with YouTube. But this is what I've got so far. It's a silly little animation. Makes me very happy. But yeah, it's still really, really rough. So I'm trying to get it out of the rough stages before I do anything too extravagant with it. But we'll see. It's kind of in a weird in between right now. Yeah. Anyway, I'm hoping it'll be good. The short of the fox, so that short I haven't worked on in a while just because it's been crazy. Like I'm trying to get that one out of my animation graveyard, but at the exact same time I'm kind of in the in-between of like, oh well, I might just keep it there for a little while longer and use it as like an animation example. Because I really want to deep dive into that fox animation that is at the beginning of it, because I think that's fantastic. I think that bit alone I would go back to you know, recreate. It makes me really happy, but it's also unfortunately not one of my biggest priorities right now. I'm kind of in this weird in between where I'm trying to focus in on things that will like build up my animation repertoire. I'm just kind of stuck because I'm trying to start an animation studio as one person, and that means a lot of that responsibility falls on me to make videos and otherwise. I desperately need an editor because it's the hardest part for me. Like editing my own videos is the hardest part, which is why I think streams would be better for me, but I'm also just not great at talking at the same time as doing things. So I'm hoping eventually it'll be okay. But yeah, this animation I'm excited about because I feel like it's a good portfolio builder. It's a walk cycle. You always need a walk cycle in your animation folder. Like, and especially since it's a more complex walk cycle, has so many arms and moving pieces to it and whatever. I'm trying to figure out what to do with this one though. Like, I'm still not completely satisfied with Axel's movements. We'll see if it turns out better, but for now, it's just kind of in this weird in-between. Also, you guys really latched on to Tank, and I was not expecting that. Because, like, don't get me wrong. He's my favorite Goofy Goober. He's an absolute gem of a character. But I was not expecting you guys to latch on to Tank as much as you have. Because it's just one of those things where I was like, oh, you know, his type of archetype is never, like, the really popular character. He's more of, like, the popular side character that happens, you know? But everyone was like, oh my gosh, please give me more of this chunky sweet bean. And I was like, oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting that because I love him just as much as everyone else does. Like, I really think that he's such a great character if you just get to know him. And so it's really tickling me pink that people are very excited to see him. So hopefully I can do a little bit more on that. Hopefully I can, you know, get kind of his character down in the shorts that I do show you guys, because he's really fantastic. He's one of my favorites. Also, I've been watching The Ghost of Molly McGee. And for those of you who have already heard this is going to be annoying to hear it again, but I really cannot describe just how much I love that show. Like, it really was one of Disney's finer moments in animation. Like, as far as animation goes, I didn't expect to like it as much as I did because it feels kind of like that more simplistic animation style. But it's gorgeous and it made me very happy, and the final episode is very not necessarily poignant, but they're very they did a great job with everything that they kind of culminated into one finale piece. It was super pretty. Like, the animation got turned up to 1,000 for the last episode. Everything was gorgeous. Like, the animation style, the music, everything. It was great. So I'm very excited about how that worked out. And I'm just hoping that, like, more people get to watch it because it was actually really good. My first short ever was a commission that I had. It was a D&D character. Her name's Estrella. She's super cool, really interesting character. But I believe that's my first short, if I remember correctly. It's just not it's not part of my cast of characters, so I don't like talk about it a lot. But it was a commission that I got from a friend of mine, and it was very, very, very good. Like, as far as not the animation itself, obviously. let's lower expectations here for a second. But the experience of having something like commissioned from me was very good. Like, it was both people understanding each other. It was taking time to realize what we were doing and kind of what we wanted the final product to look like. Is very well done. I was very excited that it could be such a positive experience for me. And I'm hoping to do more of that in the future. I do take commissions, but I'm hoping to record my commission process a little bit better. Because some people really like that, and some people really don't like that when you put their art online. Like their character, your art. But, you know, sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't, so we'll see. Oh, I'm also a little stuck on this pose because of that hand right there. Like, I don't know if I want it to be... Like, I don't know if I want it to be there or if I want it to be off of her shoulder, you know? Because I think so far it's a nice pose. But I also feel like it would be nice to kind of have that separation from the two of them. But I also feel like now in this part of their, like, familial relationship, Tank would probably be a more, like, close person to her. So, we'll see. That elbow's giving me some trouble right now. I don't know if it's just being silly or not. I don't know if you guys heard that thud, but I did. That was a very aggressive thud. Just hope it's not my dogs throwing something over or someone falling down, because that would be the worst. Oh. I'm hoping to at least get to color today. Like that would be probably my goal. Because I just have not had any time to do this with my day job recently. So, hopefully. That's weird. I'm gonna take a quick sip of my little apple cider. I've got my main cup here. And then off camera I've got my thermos of it. So that way I can have a little more when I'm not so focused. Ooh, that hand. That turned out actually real solid. What do I think about what? Or just like, what am I thinking? Honestly, I think one of these streams, what I need to do is I need to have a friend of mine sitting right next to me. and like read off comments when they come in, just so that way I can stay focused. Also, what do I think of Tank in general, or Tank in this photo that I'm drawing? The other bummer that's going on with YouTube is I'm not able to do like cool music for you guys, because they will strike me down for it. But I'm playing some big old bops, and unfortunately you're not allowed to hear them, which is the worst part of it all. If we're talking about Tank in the context of this photo, I think he's a cutie. I think that hand turned out really nice. Kinda. I might wanna... we'll see. We'll figure out. I'm sure it's, you know, a matter of pushing and pulling certain bits, but... I think Tank's adorable. I also think that he's super cute no matter what. Like... he's just one of those characters that's very 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 funny, very sarcastic, but also just has a heart of gold. So you think he's amazing, and you just think he's just, you know, a good guy. And then he does some stuff that you're like, So it's definitely one of those characters where I'm like, I love you. However, this is gonna be rough. Yeah. He's super nice. He's also just he's nice, but he takes his job very seriously, which is the hard part. Cuz you want him to be a good person, you know? But the job he's in just doesn't allow that. So, later when he retires, I want to make sure that there's like some sort of little like silly something or other with him, where it's like make it where it's like, you know, a baseball coach, or like a mailman, or like a taxi driver. Right now I'm leaning towards taxi driver, pizza bar dude. Like, those are the two jobs that I kind of want to get him into when he's not on the clock as a mobster. So we'll see if it works out, but he is a cutie so far. Also, I need to be a little more consistent with his eye shape. Because, yeah, they're supposed to be pretty round, but they're also supposed to have like a slight upturn to the corner of them. Axel's are very almond shaped. Like, he's got that nice little cat eye going on for him. But Tank is very like round, almost boxy but not quite kind of eyes, and I'm hoping to keep that shape consistent, but it's so tricky. We'll see if it works out. You know an artist, or you know and an artist being two separate conversation pieces? Cool. Cool. For him to be an artist, basically? That could be funny. For a while, I debated if I should be the narrator talking in Tank's brain. Like, I thought that would be hilarious if I was the voice inside his head. Because he's always been the voice inside my head, just like rattling around in there. But I thought it would be very funny if I flipped the script in the comic and had him be like the main character and the me be the little voice in his brain to be like, oh yeah, you know, it's ha ha ha. So maybe him becoming an artist at the end could be hilarious, or maybe like a little tip of the hat, like he becomes an artist for a short period of time and then just ditches it. I'm sure that's a very Tank thing to do, because he's not like, he's a creative person, but it's also funny because he's not very good to sticking to things that he doesn't like. if I'm you know, if I'm trying to break him down as a character a little bit here, I think he's very good at doing certain things, but I feel like he's very goal oriented, and if he doesn't hit it right away, he just like ditches it. I don't know how I'm feeling about Lucy's face so far. It's bugging me. I'm hoping I can just fiddle with it until it works, but I also kind of want to keep sharp edges on her to a minimum, because she really is supposed to be like my softer character. Maybe something like that instead. And for a lot of Lucy's faces, yeah, she does look funny. For a lot of Lucy's faces, I really like to keep like a no mouth thing going on for her whenever she's doing her like little like super quiet moments, like super drawn in. Just because I feel like it looks better on her, but I also want to make sure that I'm not sacrificing like a mouth when there could have been one. Like that could work. Let's see if I flip my canvas, if it helps fix it at all. Maybe that right there. Let's fill these in, see if that helped. A little. Not super, but a little. Then I think that helped a bit. Thoughts, opinions, donations. Do we think that maybe helped it out just a smidgen? Hopefully that worked out. Her little shoulders, they're gonna kill me. So tricky all the time. Okay. I think knees and arms are the two hardest things to, like, really nail on a character right away. Like, arms I've tried to get pretty good at, just because I have to draw so many of them. But especially, like, if there's knees in a shot, I've not gotten very good at legs just yet. Hold on. I gotta do a pose. I think my knees are facing inward, question mark? Just a little. Like, they're not terribly inward. Also, my headphone my headphone cord is so much shorter than it should be for this. I need to buy a new one because it just, every so often I like lean over and I'm like just instantly like a dog on a leash. It's just so funny. Also, if any of y'all have great song recommendations, let me know. I'm sure for comics I'm not supposed to be spending this much time on like line art or whatever, but I pride myself too much on my art not to, unfortunately. Woohoo, you're back. I've spent an hour on one silly frame. Gosh dang it, I need to get faster. For some reason that's not sitting right in my brain. That's definitely not sitting right in my brain. Seems legit. Maybe that fixed it a little bit. Okay, so middle arms are technically on the ground. Okay, that might have worked. Also, thank you. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this panel here. Like, do I want to add in details? Do I want to keep it darked out? Like, just make sure it's a silhouette. Because in the original plan, I think it's just a silhouette. I might figure that out in a minute. I might just start on the flower for now. I'm gonna snag the flower from this one as a reference. Because hopefully it just kind of settles. Hopefully it looks good by the end. Yeah, I'm hoping to make the sunflower like very well lit, just so that way it feels very bright in the frame. I'm just also unfortunately struggling right now with drawing flowers because I think the dandelion on the last page was the first time I'd ever drawn it. And I drew a whole flower, and then I looked back and I was like, this feels wrong for a dandelion. And then I looked at a reference for a dandelion and I was like, that is very wrong for a dandelion. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So then I redrew it. And that's kind of what's going on right now, is like trying to figure out how much I should redraw and how much I should just reference off of my other dandelion. So we'll see. I'm almost hoping to like over detail it just because it's the only thing in the frame. But I'm also not great at over detailing things. Like, I am to an extent, but I don't know how to do it for line art. So I'm hoping I'm not butchering it, you know? Yeah, so I upload on Tapas every last Thursday of the month. We're a bit behind as far as pages because I wanted to keep a cushion for myself. But I'm very excited because we're starting to catch up to where I was. I think we've surpassed where I was on Webtoon now. So now I'm just focused on getting the new pages up, which has been weird. This last week I accidentally missed a page because it's a little out of my norm to be doing it at the same time as like a day job and something else. So currently it has one page that's like a different time than everything else. But I'm hoping it's okay. Like, I'm hoping it's not going to ruin the algorithm on it. But yeah, I've been just chugging away at my tapas. It's so far so good. I'm hoping to finish up because I've only got 3 pages left. And so the pages that I do have, hopefully it works out where they look better than my previous ones. But yeah, I only have 3 pages left, so I'm hoping to like actually print a physical copy of it. We'll see if that works out. But I'm hoping to do like a physical copy eventually, just so that way it, you know, is okay. So and I might or might not do like a physical copy with like the original art that I did, and then do like those as special prints where it's like a limited time print, and then do the other ones as if it was a like a remastered version, if that makes sense. Yeah. Well, that's the goal. I'm hoping to make like a an everyone accessible version on Tapas, right? So that way everyone can read it no matter what. But those of you who are collectors, I'm hoping to do like a printed version, just so that way it can support me as an artist first and foremost, but it's also to make sure that, you know, people who like the physicality of a book can have a physicality of a book. Because there's certain artists who I really want to help support, but I don't know how to do it in any other way than buy their stuff. But there's also like the ability to actually hold it in my library that makes me really happy. Like having it on my bookshelf where I can just pull it up and flip through the pages and like have that physical book. Which is why I'm trying to help people who really like the physical book thing to have one, because it is really nice to have a book in your library that you can just flip through at any time. So also, if I played video games like Sims or anything like that on the channel, would you guys actually watch? Because every so often I get the hankering to play Sims 4. Or like play Lethal Company or anything like that. Like I just get the hankering to play video games every once in a while. And I have no idea if you guys would like that. Like I kind of want to play Rain World with my little brother on this channel, because I feel like it's a super fun game. It's one that we really enjoy, And we always get really, really funny audio clips whenever we're just goofing off together. And so every so often I think I should, you know, post something like that. But it really comes down to whether or not you guys are up for watching something like that. I think this flower's getting there. It's way more effort on a flower than I ever want to do again, but it's been pretty nice looking. I am pretty excited about how this is turning out. Also, an extremely goofy movie is taking over my feed once again, and I'm not even mad about it. It's been so strange seeing that come back into popularity, because it was one of my favorite shows as a kid, one of my favorite movies, and it's so funny seeing it come back and just knowing who the voice actors are now and like who played, you know, Bradley, Upper Crust the Third. It's very, very strange seeing Jeff Bennett pop up in everything and just knowing who he is. And so when he comes back for like an extremely goofy movie, it's so funny seeing him pop up on my feed and being like, hey, it's one of my favorite voice actors. So Okay. Ooh, I think that detailing might finally be done on this little flower here. I'm hoping it looks okay. I think maybe it needs like a couple more this direction. Uh-oh. Don't crash. Don't do it. Actually, speaking of crashing, I need to hit save. I haven't saved since I started. I need to get in a better habit of doing that, especially if I'm streaming, because streams tend to make things go wonky. Thank you. I'm very excited about how it's turning out, actually. I'm not great at line art, but I'm hoping that I can get better by doing this comic this way. I'm very excited that this flower is actually turning out great, because a lot of people started out with doodling flowers in their sketchbooks when I was a kid, and I am not that type of artist. I was drawing dragons. So unfortunately, I'm not a flower person. I'm not a flower girl. I just kind of like don't know how to draw flowers. And so I'm kind of hoping that I can get something of a semblance of a dandelion on this page. Thank you. I'm very excited. You guys are just too nice. And then let's bring up our reference. So this is how I drew the leaves in the last panel. But I'm trying to figure out if I want to do it a different way. Hi there! Let's see. I think I want to do the leaves a little more like this. Okay, hold on. They're very oval kind of shapes, but they're very boxy ovals. So we'll figure out how we want to do that. Maybe that kind of vibe? Potentially. I can bring it up kind of like that, maybe? Hopefully. I'm sure I can kind of fiddle with the leaves until I like them. Oh, hello, hello. Wow, okay, people are finally coming in. This is good. I'm excited to see y'all. Welcome in. We're just doing a little Mob Complex live stream just to get the the comic pages done, so that way I'm not, you know, waiting on them too long. An accountability stream, if you will, just to make sure I'm doing stuff. Okay, and then we can detail this up just a smidge. So we do, for the sake of line art, folks, we're doing darker on the bottom, just because our light's coming from up top. So it gives it kind of a drop shadow effect. And then we do a thinner line on top to make it feel like the light is hitting it more. Hopefully when the line art is colored, it also helps. I'm about 5'4"-ish. So take that as you will. My dog did look massive, but I'm pretty sure it's also because she's closer to the screen than I was. So I'm sitting back here and she's up here because she's struggling, but she's a cutie. She's considered a small dog, so. And for those of you who missed it, my dog was on camera for a little bit. That's why the dog questions. Also, does anyone watch yeah. Hey, okay. Hi folks. Yeah, my comic is on Tapas. It's a redemption arc for a mobster is the easiest way to describe it. This is just the prologue. The real story actually starts in chapter 1. But I wanted to do a cute little prologue just to get my feet underneath me. Just to make sure that I knew how to draw, how to write. So this was basically my practice run comic. But I decided to do kind of a prologue for the actual comic, so that way, if you knew the characters ahead of time, you could maybe be more attached by the time you got into the real one. But it's, for the most part, it's just me trying to make sure that I know how to write a comic, because I transitioned from writing novels to writing a comic, and that was a bit of a sharp transition. And so, unfortunately, I'm still getting the hang of it, but I think now that the prologue's over, I have a fresh start with the first chapter, and it's going to be much better. Than if I were to just, like, jump full force into a huge novel of a comic book that I had no previous experience with. So, this was kind of my trial run comic version. But it's on Tapas right now. I had to swap from Webtoon to Tapas because Webtoon was doing some stuff that was a little shaky as far as terms of use. So I was, I decided I was going to swap over to Tapas. So it's up there now. It's called Mob Complex if anyone's looking for it. I keep it on the title. That way. I keep it on the title. Just so that way people can look it up if they want to. Super fun. It's geared more towards teens, so just be careful of that. Like if you're under the age rating, make sure you step a little cautiously. Tapas requires any trigger warning stuff to be hidden behind mature. So if you're reading on Tapas, that's why. I don't do anything super graphic. I just, I make sure that all my stuff is labeled behind a mature wall just in case. So, we're doing great though. But so far, we've got this page. Let me zoom out a bit for y'all to see. We have Tank and Lucy. And Tank is our mobster who's getting redeemed. And then his niece, Lucy, who he just adopted due to unfortunate circumstances. So we're currently in the middle of chapter... the prologue chapter. And we're 45 pages in. So we have 3 pages to the end of the prologue, and then the real story begins. So that's kind of where we're at right now. That's what we're drawing. Also, what I was starting to say is, does anyone watch, like, Marvel stuff now that it's, like, kind of in this weird little in-between space? Because I haven't heard much on the Agatha Harkness stuff, but I've been seeing a lot of trailers recently. So I kind of want to know what your guys' take is on that, because I'm a little hesitant. I'm a little gun shy now that they've now that they've been kind of more like artsy with their stuff, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't, the plot seems a little lost in a lot of like the things that they're trying to be super artsy with. So I want to know what your guys' thoughts or concerns are on that. And also, if the rest of you guys aren't Marvel nerds, you're also allowed to, like, steer the conversation into things you do know about that you think I'd be interested in as well, because I'm super open to things. Do you think Marvel needs to reconsider taking their time on their movies instead of spending budget on CGI, perhaps more on script and good character choices? Yeah, for sure. I think that's kind of where I'm at. As a 3D trained artist, because I went to college for 3D, but I prefer 2D animation. I feel like their CGI has been going down, which is very striking to me. Like, it's very strange. Like, there's like a subsurface scattering or something. There's something that's not quite right. You know, like it doesn't look as high quality as it used to, which is very surprising to me, because you would think with as much time that's going on, they'd be getting better, but it feels like they're just getting worse. And I'm not sure why. So I kind of want them to go back to practical effects, like real bodysuits, real like facial makeup, real blah blah blah. You know, like all that stuff. I want them to go back to that instead of trying to continue this kind of half-baked CGI thing. But if they get better at their CGI game, I think that they can pull through. So we'll see. But for now, I think it's just a matter of, like, they need to slow down. And they really need to take time with their characters. Because I feel like the first couple of phases were really good because of that. Like, you really could get attached to their characters. You could really get into the stories. And nowadays, it feels like they're just kind of rushing it because they know that they're popular and they can get away with a lot of stuff. And it's kind of bugging me because I'm like, that's not why we're here. You know, why we're here is because you guys had good characters, because you had interesting things, you know? And it's been kind of up and down in this recent phase. Like, I feel like there's a couple movies that were really solid. And then there were a couple movies that I was just like, ugh, you shouldn't have made that one. Like, you should have just saved the budget and made something else, because that was not good. Losing market value in some places. Trying to make new movies. Yeah. Work out and be a hit. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of studios that are kind of clinging to what they did well the first time, but they're not doing it well the second time, and it's kind of tanking their credibility. So unfortunately, that's kind of why I'm in the market to make my own studio, because I feel like there's so many cool original ideas out there that people just don't have a platform for. That could be really, really good animation if they just had a place where they could voice it, you know? Yes, I've seen Bluey. I love Bluey. Super clever. I love that. And I appreciate how it's like a family show and not just a kid's show. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like adults can really enjoy it too, because there's a lot of clever humor in it. There's also just silly moments where obviously it's a kid's show, but it's great as far as puppeting. The animation is really solid. Writing is pretty solid too, and I really love the characters. You get really attached to them really quick, so I think that's great. My hair is... Oh, my chair. My chair is so funky looking. Yeah, it's my grandpa's, actually. So, he, if I remember correctly, he built this chair, and he built the desk that I have all my stuff on. I wish I could show you my chair. Like, my desk setup a little bit better, but it's super cool. It makes me really happy, but I gotta put some, like, leather sealant on it, because the seat is getting a little scratchy. So I gotta take a better care of it. I just haven't figured out how to yet, so we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, he was a cool dude. He was a really cool dude, really good at his job. So I tried to keep little mementos of him. So good, including everyone in the family, unlike cartoons. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what we're lacking nowadays, actually. That's what I'm shooting for in my own studio, is I feel like we're lacking a lot of content that's family oriented and not just kid oriented, you know? Because like back in the day, I could sit back and watch stuff, and my parents would sit back and watch with me, and they'd be enthralled just as much as I was, you know? But I think that it's lacking nowadays, you know? Like, there's a lot of things that are just kind of lacking. Like, there's not a lot of good writing, or they don't take time to develop characters. And a lot of the time, unfortunately, that's due to studios. That's studio restrictions. Because, you know, the writers would try better if they had time or energy or whatever. But I think that animation studios need to take a bit of a moment to take a wide lens at certain things. Because, like, I'm gonna go back to this because it's been on my brain. But The Ghost of Molly McGee, really cool show as far as things that are more family and less kid, you know? Like, there's a couple jokes in there where you're like, okay, that's a kid joke. Like, come on, guys. But then there's a couple that you're like, oh my gosh, that was actually really funny. Like, I was showing my friend the Christmas episode. It's called White Christmas. Very funny. But there's this one part where Scratch is like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to get her for Christmas. And he's talking to his friend Jeff. Jeff with a G. And and he basically is like, he's basically like, oh, well, you spend a lot of time around Molly. I'm sure you've heard something that she wants. And he has this moment where he tries to think back on what's going on. And in reality, he's just like, I blocked her out because I was thinking about burritos. And you can just hear like her voice get muffled in the background. And he's just like, why do I do this to myself? Why don't I just, you know, bake the burrito in the oven instead of the microwave? I'm better than a soggy burrito. This doesn't make any sense, but I don't have 40 minutes to spend baking a burrito in the oven. And it's just such a great line of dialogue. And then he sucks back to the present and he goes, I'm starting to think I'm not a great listener. And it made my friend laugh so hard. And the first time I watched it, I was laughing so hard. And I was like, you know what? I think that's what we're missing in shows is relatability. Like, there's so many times where I'll be watching a show and I'm like, gosh, I love this character because insert XYZ scene that makes them relatable. But shows nowadays are trying to make them so, like, out there that it's really taking the audience out of, like, the ability to believe what's going on, you know? Animations could do well, studios could do well if instead of focusing on trends amongst the children or teenagers, focus on... Yeah, exactly. That's a huge part. That's a huge part of what I believe in. That's why I'm trying to start my studio, because I really want to go back to this nostalgic, like, 2D animation and, like, really focusing on, instead of picking trends that people really like, I really want to focus in on classic, timeless things. You know, I want to make sure that whatever I'm animating is going to last 100 years, you know? So, thank you. I appreciate it. Right now, the biggest stumbling block that I'm having with it is getting enough people aware that I can do something with it, you know? Because, like, even on Kickstarter, you have to kind of have an audience already before you can really like get some traction on that. But I want to do a small animation studio, like me and like 3 other animators just to start with, and really focus in on just showing what we can do and then pitching that. But unfortunately, I'm at the point where I need other animators first. And that's a bit of a trickier thing to do because, you know, the economy's tight right now and no one has time for passion projects. But I'm hoping that I can kind of like help myself by being a little bullheaded and just like plowing through whatever I can. But I'm also hoping that maybe we can do like a couple other artists who are really like stuck on this goal of wanting to be like the new studio in the sphere, you know? Because I really want to have the ability for people to pitch their ideas to us and get their ideas on the big screen. Because I feel like it really boils down to executives making huge decisions. And I think that's ridiculous. I think what we really need is the people speaking for themselves to be like, hey, I really wanted to see this as a kid and I never did, so let me put forth that show, you know? So I'm hoping that that's kind of the twist that I can take on the studio and then just make it like a huge family where we're all really tight-knit together. So that way we're not worried about silly little details, you know? Like it's easier to work through something if you really care about each other and you really have a strong passion for the project instead of just, hey, I think that I want to do this, but it's a job and therefore I'm only doing it because I want the money. You know, like I'd rather you get paid, but also really love what you do, if that makes sense. I like the paragraphs. I think they're awesome. I like interacting with like, you know, a decent chunk of knowledge to work off of. I think Suri's doing great. Just let him be. Oh, so good. I'm very, very excited though. I'm hoping that everything can kind of go well. I think it's a really strong goal to have. I just need to make steps to get there, if that makes sense. And this YouTube channel is one of those steps. I'm hoping to kind of draw inspiration from hosting my own YouTube channel, being my own boss for a little bit. And then also I had 2 years worth of like animation studios, indie studios that I was on for. And I just want to make sure that I took notes as to what went well and what didn't go well in the studio. And I'm just currently just kind of hoping that it works out, you know? It's kind of in between from what I've heard. I've heard people describe my comic style as like a mixture between VivziePop and Disney. So, new Astro game? I don't think I've heard of that one. But yeah, I think my comic has been described more as like in between VivziePop and Disney, which makes sense because those were like huge inspirations when I was a kid, first developing my style. Like I started with the Disney style being my only style. And then as a teen, like I saw a lot of Vivzie stuff and I kind of leaned into that one because I really liked how her shape language read. Like here, there's a panel for you, like a little page to kind of get the vibe of what it kind of looks like. So I can see where people are like, oh yeah, it looks like Vivzie stuff. And I can see where people are like, oh, it looks like old Disney. Like I get where both come from because it makes sense. Oh, Astro Boy. Yeah. I didn't know they had a new game coming out though. That's fascinating. I need to take more time to drink because my apple cider is now cold. Oh yeah. That's the other thing is like Tapas and Webtoon are known for like the manga or manhwa style. Also, so sorry if I butchered either one of those. But it's very striking styles usually. Mine is more like comic-y Disney kind of vibe. It really depends on the day though, because my art style sometimes is up and down. My siblings started me on anime when I was a kid. I never really took to the style, but they were all over it. So that's kind of how that goes. Hey, heck yeah, you'll have to tell me what your comic name is. I am a huge fan of supporting people. So like if like I want to make sure that as artists we all support each other and keep like a strong community with each other, because you can only bring each other up, you know, like there's enough to go around. So when your comic comes out, you'll have to tell me, I think your name is Nissa, correct me if I'm wrong. When your comic comes out, please tell me the name, because it looks awesome. Haven't started it yet. Perfect. I'm glad. You're good. I do the same thing sometimes. Like I'll be writing something and then I write the wrong version of it and I'm like, I know it's the other version. I don't know why I wrote that. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm hoping the reason why I chose these certain colors is really to harp on the type of characters. Lucy is very bright, kind of pastel, sometimes neon colors, because she is a bright, bubbly personality. And Tank's aesthetic is very down to earth, very grounded. So I tried to give him, he's a Taurus. I don't know if that means anything to anyone. It barely means anything to me. I'm like surface level zodiac kid. I know enough to be like, oh, I know what that is, but not enough to be like, oh, your rising moon sign, blah, 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 you know? But he's a Taurus, so I tried to go with very like earthy green tones for him. Everything else is very bright, but in the comic it starts out like almost black and white and then kind of fades into color to kind of show how he's processing the world. Like his brain is very like, everything around me sucks, this is not great, blah blah blah. And then you get to the brighter stuff and you're like, okay, he's starting to realize, you know, what type of person he is and that he can make a difference, and Lucy's making a difference for him. So ooh, yes. Yes. Mythical veterinarian college stuff. Absolutely. That is my vibe. I love mythical creatures. Absolutely will read that. Yes, they're easy bases for personalities. Zodiac signs are easy bases for personalities. If you ever want a fun way to start a character and you have no idea what to do, look up a zodiac sign, make their birthday in that area, and then branch off from there. It really helps you set a base for them. Suri, for my comic or for Nissa's? Gosh, I love the idea of a baby dragon. That's the best. Yes, please. Yes, please. Mine? So the setting of my comic is a little strange. Because originally it was supposed to be like all different time periods collabing together, kind of like you were supposed to have like futuristic and like Knights of the Round Table kind of vibes, like everything in between. But it slowly just became like a slightly more modern version of 1920s, if that makes sense. I'm hoping it works out, but it's in New York. It's in New York. It's stated that it's the 20s again, but we don't know if it's the 1920s, the 4020s. We don't know what time period it is. We just know that it's just the 20s again. But it's supposed to take place in New York in a slightly alternate universe from our own, where insects, arachnids, etc. were the predominant species. So it's an insect world, kind of. It happened to be that way because I made a waitress character who had multiple arms, because I was like, as a waitress, I was like, gosh, I wish I had more arms. And then it turned into Lucy, the spider character. And then it was also Tank, who I was like, gosh, she's got to have a backstory, doesn't she? And then flipped it on its head, where I was like, oh, as a mobster, it'd be cool to have multiple arms to hold multiple weapons. And it just turned out that way. So a lot of the time it was just down to luck that they turned out to be spiders. So oh yeah, figuring out how to draw hands and backgrounds, that is the roughest part. So the thing I did was, for hands, I chose to do like insect characters where they had more than 2 at a time. And it forced me to get better at them. I wish I had a screenshot on this computer of what the old art used to look like. I don't, unfortunately. But there was a phase where I just was not good at hands. Like, they were just terrible. They looked really spiky. It was not great. But the more I drew, the better I got at it. There's also a website. I'll have to look it up for you. But there's a website on how, like anatomy. It's a figure drawing website. It basically flips through pages of different references. And they have a setting specifically for hands and feet. And that one's fantastic. Like, I highly recommend that one. It might be line of action. That one sounds very familiar. I'd be able to notice if I saw it on the screen. So here, let me look it up real quick. Line of action. Yes. Yep. It's line of action. Super good. I do the hands and feet setting every once in a while, just to like get myself in the mindset, or I will draw copious amounts of my comic. Like, it's one of the two. It really comes down to hands and feet are just like a really intensive thing to work on. I also highly recommend the Morpho books. Like, if you've ever run across those, super good. Fantastic. Yeah, hands and feet setting, fantastic. Absolutely highly recommend. I also highly recommend for backgrounds. I think they have a setting on that same website. But every once in a while, like this background that I have here, I actually took a reference photo and basically used it as my base, where I sat there. I was like, okay, I'm gonna hide it. Like, I'm gonna take it, show it for like 10 minutes, study it, kind of figure out what's going on, hide it, get all my stuff kind of into like the place that I want it to be, show it again, and then see what I nailed and what I didn't, and then hide it again, and then like try to paint over the top, figure out what I would want, like where do I want the light to come from, where do I want leaves to be. It's a great way to do it. It's a really good study method. Also, yes, sorry, the found family tropes are fantastic. That's kind of what I'm trying to do for my comic. It's one of my favorites. Like, I love Treasure Planet specifically for that trope. They do such a great job, like, exploring the trope that way. Recovery type genre. I don't think I've ever heard of a recovery type genre. Yeah, found family is awesome. Love found family. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am trying my best to, you know, bring people to me that are similar minded. Because that's really what I want at the end of the day. Is I really want people who are into the same stuff that I'm into. Like, not that I'm, you know, gonna say no to anyone else who, you know, thinks different than me. They're welcome to. but I want to make sure that, like, at the very least, our cores are very, like, similar. You know, like, I want to make sure that everyone who finds this channel is very, like, excited to be here. Because I'm excited to have you guys here. So I want to make sure that it's, you know, a good back and forth, if that makes sense. But yeah, anyway, this page is pretty much finished, which is why I'm working on the new one. So is this a serialized on Tapas or Webtoon? As in, like, is it a series? Like, as in, like, is it monetized on either one? Because it's not monetized. I think it's just under the, like, yeah, it's an episodic release. Yeah, you're good. You're good. It's an episodic release. It's not, like, paid for at all. It's super free there. For now, I'm just kind of, like, trying to keep it, like, open for everyone. I'm trying to make sure that everyone gets a chance to read it. Especially since it's the prologue and it was kind of my trial basis. You know, I don't want to, like, charge anyone for a trial basis. That seems silly. But I also don't really want to charge anyone for the first chapter. Like, I want whomever's going to buy it to be because they want to and not because they don't know what's going on and need to see it, you know? Like, I want to make sure that it's because you want to support the artist and have all this fun stuff happen. But yeah, super, super good. Omniscient Reader. I've heard good things about that one. I have not read it yet. I think I'm gonna have to try that one out because there's so many people. There's so many people who highly recommend that one. And I need something to attach to it, you know? And Found Family, that's a great way to describe it because that will instantaneously get me attached. That is so, so good. Also, do you think this flower is too over-rendered? Or since it's, like, the only thing on the page, do you think it's okay? Web novel version. Post-apocalypse, metafiction, mythology, funny protagonist. That's actually great. Also, thank you, Julio. I appreciate it. Also, if I pronounce any of your guys' names wrong, please correct me. I want to make sure that I know you guys, like, properly. I really want to be on top of the names. You know, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing everyone's name right. Unofficial, and it's generally just an amazing web novel and comic. I'd recommend it. A little over 500 chapters. Okay, that's not bad though. 500 chapters is a lot, obviously, but it's super, super worth it, especially if it's a really cool comic, you know? Like, I think that's awesome whenever writers do such a great job at keeping their audience engaged for 500 chapters. You know, that's impressive. Let's see if I can, like, detail this sidewalk a little bit better. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Some novels are crazy. They have way more than 500 chapters. That's a good question. Here's a better question. Is it wuxia? And what is it? Okay, a lot of angst. I'm okay with that. That's okay. I like a good amount of angst. If it has a decent plot and it's not just using the angst to hide the fact that it has bad writing, I'm usually real solid with that. Like, I love a decent story with decent plot. Wuxia. Okay, so is it... I'm gonna sound like an idiot for a second here, but is that Chinese? Potentially. Ah! Yes! Haha! Not sounding like an idiot today. Ha 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 ha. That's good. Genre mainly revolves around martial arts and ancient Chinese settings with a heaping help of magic and cultivation. That sounds awesome. Omniscient reader is usually described as a genre on itself. Setting furthermore. Solo leveling. Okay. That's actually way cool. So is Omniscient Reader like it's a book unto itself, but it started like its own genre? Is that kind of what I'm getting from that? There's a wuxia. Fiction typically do not serve the Lord. Is it original? Ooh, okay. Usually requires wuxia. Wait. Okay. Okay. So it's a lot of like a justice trope. Like that's kind of what I'm getting from that. It's kind of very justice oriented. Because that actually is awesome. Because that's a huge thing for me. Like, even watching, like, silly shows. Magus era. Okay, okay. Even watching shows, like, justice is a huge thing for me. Like, if it's, like, a hero show, I really like it because I'm a very justice-oriented person. Like, I just love, like, people getting what's coming to them, if that makes sense. And not in like a terrible way, but like in, you know what I mean, like kind of a karma way. Like that's why Looney Tunes is funny to me, because like if Daffy does something stupid, the writers spend no expense to like slap him in the middle of it just to be like, you know, this is dumb, right? And then just like, you know, give him what's coming to him. It's very, very good little trope thing. Yeah, the comeuppance. Thank you. That's a good word for it. It's described as a manhwa that has no books alike. It started as a web novel in 2018. Sing and Song, the author, has been adapted into a web novel. Huh. Way cool. Very, very cool. So it like started as like words on a page kind of book, not just like pictures as well. Fascinating. Huh, that's way cool. I love it when stuff like that happens, you know? Yeah, all the words on a page. Yeah. Way cool. I love when that happens because that's just awesome. Also, I don't know how I feel about the front half of this thing. I think it's a little too low, technically, for the perspective. Maybe, yeah, there we go. Should be more like that. I don't have a Discord server yet, but I'm working on one. Because there's a lot of cool people that I would absolutely love to, like, continue chatting with. If you keep your eyes open, I'm gonna announce one soon. So hopefully I see you there because I'm very excited about it. Heck yeah, awesome. Okay. Yeah, because I'm very excited about it. I just have to look into like some safety features for it first, so that way we don't get like overwhelmed with bots in case any of that happens. Yes. But can we do it a reversal way? Can we have it where I have your username so I can DM you? Is that allowed? Just because I want to make sure that I'm being a little cautious on the internet. Awesome. Okay, awesome. I'll go ahead and message you right now so that way I don't miss it. And then I'll give you guys an invite as soon as I make the Discord server. Let me do this. Heck yeah, I'd love that. Let's see. And what I can do to make sure that you guys are kind of protected is I'll just delete the messages afterwards if you don't mind. Also, Nissa, I might need a little more because it's saying that you don't exist. No periods, no underscores, no nonsense. Yeah, it's just not... It says that you don't exist for some reason. Here, let me grab this one. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. I haven't, like, added a friend on Discord in years, so it might just be me. It's probably me. Hold on. Discord username. Let's see. Here, let's see. Nissa, if I go to your YouTube channel, would it potentially be on that one? Like, would you have it in a description somewhere? Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe it's just because it's not liking that I'm copy pasting. Okay, hold on, because that worked out. So Nissa, you should get one for you. Let me grab yours, Suri. Let's see. Okay, and then just let me know when you get them. Because hopefully that works out. Perfect. Okay, so I got Nissa. We're good. Sweet. Yeah, Discord no like either copy and paste. Just a heads up if you're ever trying to do that. Apparently it does not like it. Also, Nissa, that's a great way to keep people from, like, joining who aren't supposed to be joining in. That's a real good one. And Suri, I think I sent yours, so just double check that. And then Nissa, I'm gonna go ahead and delete your username, just so that way it doesn't get pulled into the ether. There we go. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, and then... Sorry, yours should be sent, but just double check me. make sure that everything's okay. Sweet. Awesome. Alrighty, so I'll delete yours too, so that way people don't go ahead and spam you guys. You guys are awesome. Thanks. Awesome. Okay, I'm glad that it found you and not some rando. We're good. We're good. Okay, guys. We did good. Hooray! Awesome. And then I'll send you guys, like, the invite as soon as the Discord stuff comes up. Oh, Julio, we're just looking into, like, Discord stuff. So I was sending different Discord things to people. I'm eventually starting a Discord server, and these two said that they had Discords, so I was just adding it right now before I forget. Perfect. You guys are awesome. You guys are sweethearts. Thank you. Hopefully we can all get to know each other and have a ton of fun, because I think that'll be great. Also, I think Lucy's shoulder silhouette on this one looks kind of funky. Oh, that's okay. For... no, I'm not English. I unfortunately don't know how to say that in Spanish. That's the only problem. Oh, really? Heck yeah. Perfect. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, Nissa, if you want to update Julio a little bit, you can. That'd be awesome. I appreciate it. I only know bits and pieces of Italian is the only problem. Like, I'm a little... I hate to say I'm conversational in Italian because I don't trust myself that much. But I don't know a lot of Spanish, even though my aunt is from Mexico. I never learned, unfortunately. So I can understand a lot of it, but I can't speak it back. Fair, fair. Yeah, I struggle because my keyboard doesn't have the little accento either, so the accenti marks. There we go. Maybe that's a little better for Lucy's shoulder. That's good. I like that. Cool, cool, cool. Alrighty. Well, we might be hitting the coloring portion of this, but we'll see. Thank you. I try to make sure that my line art is really clean, just because I have a really hard time with line art in general. So at the very least, I was like, maybe I can just make it look clean. So it's something I want to practice more on, is line art in general. But hopefully it turns out better. But I color it, so it kind of is in a weird in-between where it's like, oh yeah, it can be messy if it needs to be. But, you know, I'm hoping to up the ante a little bit, make it look a little better. Also, I've been getting into painterly backgrounds recently, and it's making me very excited. Like that tree one that you saw. I painted that instead of like doing my normal line art for it. And I think I'm actually in love with that style instead. Because I have a really hard time with drawing backgrounds, and for some reason painting them in instead is just making me so happy. Yeah, like it's let me see if I can find it. it's called a Suave Pastel is the Suave Pastel is the pen setting that I use. I forget where I got it from. I'm sure I can find it somewhere. But it is very, very nice. I love it. It gives kind of like a charcoal grainy texture. And I've been using that for backgrounds recently because it's so much better than like just bucket filling them in. So, oh, this is, so this one's Clip Studio Paint. I know that there's other things that are free now because Clip Studio Paint's kind of been up and down as far as pricing. But, yeah, Fire Alpaca. I'm sure there's some website that has like a PSD file type converter to something that one of those can do. Yeah. No, this one's Clip Studio Paint. I am not a huge Photoshop user. I know how to use Photoshop, but it's not my preferred choice. You know, it's expensive, so I don't have the money to really get into the Photoshop realm. Yes, it's kind of a pain in the rear as well. So, you know, I'm kind of in this weird in between right now. But hopefully this turns out nice, because that's kind of what I'm shooting for. We'll just draw Tank's hand in, see if it looks good, and if it doesn't, I'll probably leave it out. Also, the fall season has hit officially where I live. Like, we have had only scalding air for like so long. And the other day I rolled down my windows just because my car doesn't have AC. And so I rolled down the windows and all of a sudden this cold burst of air hit me and I was like, it's fall. And I was very excited, so... Also, I'm eventually looking into, like, translators for my comic, because I need to find a couple people who speak the language that I'm trying to translate into. So we'll see how that works out. But eventually I want to translate the comic into quite a few languages, just so that way it's got, you know, a little bit more accessibility for people. Because I know how hard it is to read in a different language. It's stressful, your brain hurts, like, you know. So I want to make sure that it's translated into as many languages as I possibly can. But for that to happen, I need to find people who actually speak the language. Because it's very, very tricky for me to try to find, like, different languages that I'm not accustomed to, and I have no idea where I would find them. So I also kind of want to find native speakers, so that way I'm not mixing things up, messing things up. Because I do that a lot when I write in different languages. Like, even though I know what it is, I miss nuance, you know, so that would be a good idea. Thank you. I'm super excited to see you. Thanks for joining. Yeah. Yeah, the air is very thick in very warm cars. Like, it's just, you feel like you stepped into a bog and you're like, oh no. So, yeah. And yeah, Google Translate can get close. But I feel like as far as like languages, translation-wise, I really want to make sure that I get someone who's native to the language, because there's a lot of jokes in there that I feel like don't translate well in different languages. There's a trilingual joke actually on one of the pages, because I was looking into, yeah, Google Translate's incorrect a lot of the time. And it's not their fault. It's just it's machinery. It makes mistakes. So I started my project, I want to say 11-ish years now, maybe. I started when I was way young. Like, this has been kind of my brain baby for a while. I've been super excited about it, but I'm hoping that, you know, it turns out well for being brewing for that long, you know. And I'm particularly excited for my twist ending. Because I know it won't be like a mega twist, but it'll be enough of a twist that I'll be excited about it. But I'm also excited for people just to get to know these characters, because they're very, very special to me, and I love them. And I'm hoping that it brings some like, I'm hoping it brings some like relatability to certain people who need it, if that makes sense. Yeah, and Google uses AI. Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that the characters feel down to earth enough that people can latch on to them, if that makes sense. You know, like I'm trying to make sure that when you read these characters, you can kind of relate to them, so that way any struggles they're going through, you can kind of feel like you can kind of conquer and accomplish it too. But we'll see. Yeah, okay, so tips on how to start like a webcomic. That's a very good question. Start early on trying to refine all your skills, if that makes sense. So if you're the type of person who it's better to focus on one thing and one thing only, do that. Like, absolutely make sure that you're like catering to your strengths. For me, while making a webcomic, it's very important for me to take a broad scope at it. I have to make sure that my art is up to snuff and my writing is up to snuff. My lighting, line art, backgrounds, hands, feet, anything that I need to learn, I need to make sure it's up to snuff, so that way I feel good about releasing the product, my comic. Something that I tend to do is I buy books or look up things online. Like, I'll go to different YouTube channels and I'll learn something and then I'll instantaneously apply it to my comic. So if I learned anatomy that day, I might learn anatomy and then immediately go straight to my comic and apply it, you know? And it's always hard because you want to go back and you want to refinish all of the original pages. Sometimes that's just not worth it. Sometimes it's not a good idea. Like, I have 10 pages at the beginning that I told myself at the very beginning of my comic that I would redo no matter what, just because I want to make sure that it feels not so disjointed. The typeface back then is not great. The way I draw speech bubbles is not great. Like, it's really hard to read. So those first 10 pages, I was like, these are my trial pages. I will go back and fix them no matter what. Even if it's just small little editing details. Yeah, human faces are hard. I am telling you right now, human faces are hard. And I just barely learned how to do them. You know, like, I had to learn by drawing a favorite character of mine 1,000 times, and that worked out. The way I learned human faces is I literally had to take a fandom character that I loved and draw him 1,000 times for me to actually learn how a face curves, because in my brain it doesn't make any sense. I don't know what it is about like the way that certain features like sit on the face itself, but it didn't make any sense to me until I started studying different masters. So the character that I chose was Nightcrawler and Wolverine from the Marvel comics, because I love how everyone draws them. Kurt's face is very Greek sculpture-esque. Like, they use a lot of Greek sculptures in order to draw his face. And then there's Logan, who his face is very gnarly, very broad, very like manly in a way. And I focused on those two characters and just really cranked out as much fan art as I could just to get it up to snuff, which is why a lot of the time my channel kind of falters. Like, there's There's certain times where I'll post a lot of stuff, and that's because I'm not doing any studying. And then there's some times where it'll tank because I'm using that time to study, you know? So just make sure that whatever you're really excited about is the thing that you're studying, because it'll actually boost how you feel about it. It makes it much easier to draw that. So facials for me, very tricky. Easier once I started studying my favorite artists and how they drew faces. It helped a lot. So highly recommend doing that. I also highly recommend, like, depending on how you study, I study by knowing what's underneath the skin, if that makes sense, because my parents are doctors. So I grew up with a lot of like anatomical referencing. So like my professor told me like, oh, you don't have to know what's underneath this in order to draw it. You just have to look at it. And I was like, no, actually it would really help me if I knew what was underneath, you know? So if that's something that helps you, definitely get into it, you know, definitely like study an anatomy book, definitely go out and like figure out how a cloth drapes over a certain piece. Like if it's over an arm, whoopsie, sorry. If it's over an arm, you know, like you want to see how it's hanging off of that. You know, if it's a thicker fabric, it's going to hold its shape better than if it were like a thinner piece of fabric and it's kind of like wetly draped over the figure. I also highly recommend looking at like old masterpieces. So like Leonardo da Vinci, Bernini, Michelangelo, like any of those people, highly recommend going in and just taking a look at how they were thinking through certain processes, because it can actually really help you kind of take a different perspective on it and see if you match kind of their thinking process, if that makes sense. So, as far as like practical skills that I can teach you, do some research on what time is the best time to upload for certain websites. Do some research into who your audience is. Do some research into what you think would be good for your specific product that you're trying to give to people. Because at the end of the day, technically what you're doing is you're selling not only yourself, but you're selling the product that you're trying to put out, right? So you're trying to sit there and look at it in a way that's going to make it feasible and most efficient for how you're selling this product. And a lot of the time that's just research. So when I first started Webtoon, I think it was, I want to say it was 8 o'clock in the morning. That was the best time for me to like post. And it was on Thursdays, every end of the month, a Thursday. So I looked into what the best time of the month for like posting would be. I looked into what the best time to post is. I looked into what type of people would be like on the computer at that time. I just did a load of research just to basically be like, okay, why is this a good time to post? That definitely helped. So highly recommend doing that as well. If you need anything else, it's probably a good idea to just make sure that you're focusing on something specific that you want to learn. Whether that's the marketing version or the artistic side, just make sure you're really buckling down and using your time efficiently to research what you want to happen. Also, no problem. Also, I really can't stress enough how far word of mouth goes. Like, if you're really passionate about your project, people will be passionate with you if you give them an opportunity to be. So make sure that you're telling everyone that you know that you want to see your project, because some people you don't want them to see your stuff. But tell everyone you want to see your project, that you're making a project. Or better yet, what I did was I made the first, I want to say 30 or so pages of Mob Complex in secret. And then I started posting, you know, so that way I had a bit of a cushion. I highly recommend giving yourself a cushion. It's takes a lot of the stress off of everything, you know, but then after that, you just got to keep yourself to a schedule. You know, you got to make sure that you're actually posting. But yeah, those are the best pieces of advice that I can give you. But just make sure that you're letting people know what you're doing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If your friends are really into that type of stuff, absolutely let them know that you're doing that. Because, like, I can't express how many times I've had a new character that I made, and one of my friends is like, oh, they're my new favorite. And I'm like, yes, good. Because that actually gives me a gauge as to whether or not they're a good character in the first place, is if you can get attached to them, you know? So I think that's a great idea. Also, yes, I do too. I have a really hard time killing off characters because of that. I want to make sure they're all happy by the end, and it's not usually something you could do. Yeah, like Tank, exactly. I love Tank because he feels like one of those characters you can really relate to really quickly. So it's a great way to connect with your audience, is to make a character that's very relatable. You want to do that without most part. Sometimes it's okay, but for the most part, you want to do it without making it be a self-insert character, because a lot of the time those kind of fail because the people who are making a self-insert character don't know how to appropriately do that. Sometimes they succeed. It's a great opportunity when they do. Like, basically, Mickey Mouse was Walt's self-insert, is kind of how they describe it in a lot of, like, the documentaries and things. He was kind of his self-insert into every single story, which is why he felt so relatable. Now, Walt did it in the right way, where it doesn't literally feel like it's self-insert, but he looked at him and he was like, okay, what would I do in this situation? And then applied it, if that makes sense. So I think it's a great idea. I think if you can do that, props to you. I do play video games. I want to play more on the channel, just because I feel like it's an easier thing for me to commentate on than, like, sitting down and drawing for 3 hours and, you know, having maybe nothing for you guys to look at in the meantime. Sometimes. But yeah, I definitely play video games. I love Undertale. I play a lot more, like, single player games than multiplayer, but I am really trying to get into multiplayer games, just because I feel like they're a lot more fun. You know, like, a lot of the time, if I can get a good group together, it's fun. So equivalent of a Mexican rain frog. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Actually, that's a great description. And I now, if, like, when you get your comic out, please let me know, because I'm very excited to hear about that. For now, I read all of the comments in my channel. Like, I put a great deal of effort into reading every single comment. It's basically a full-time job. But I just want to make sure that, like, when you start your comic, let me know, because I will keep my eye out for it. It sounds like fun. That's awesome. Yeah, if you guys have any good video game recommendations, I would be super excited to hear some. Oh, Tank needs a sleeve on this arm. I totally missed that. Yeah, that's the other problem, is finding time to make a comic, because that's rough. That's why a lot of people will hire an artist. So I do like animal survival type games. Those are fun. Especially if they're, like, really well done. I feel like those can be really fun. And sometimes they're really funny, because I can't remember what it was. It was like Markiplier or someone was playing, like, a bear survival game. It was so funny. I don't know why. It just, like, tickled me pink. I thought it was so funny. Knack? Is that the name of the video game? Cool, cool, cool. I'll have to look into it, because that sounds cool. What's it about? Ooh, okay. You just gave me a list of games. I am so down. Let's see. I'll be Super Bermuda, Path of Titans, Day of Dragons, Dinosaurs. Nice, nice. That's way cool. I do like me a good dinosaur simulator. Those are always fun. I know you guys are not hearing the bop of music that's going in my headphones. Every so often, that's why my head's going, is because I've got some sassy tunes going on, but unfortunately it's against YouTube to do copyright music, so. Oh, okay. Oh, that's kind of a bummer, though. I hate it when the developers do stuff that you're like, now I can't really like the game. Because a lot of the time, I'll still like the game anyway, but I'm like, gosh dang it, those developers, you know? That's such a bummer. I think that's the hard part when a developer does something silly. Because then you're like... You're like, I wish you wouldn't have done that. Because your game is awesome, or your book is awesome, or your whatever is awesome. But you as a person are just trash. So that's always a bummer. I have a hard time because I've heard both sides of the coin of like hate the art, not the artist, or vice versa. Or even like, you know, now that the artist sucks, the art sucks as well. And I'm like, meh. I'm like, I still haven't come to a direct conclusion on that yet. I'm still debating with myself. But yeah, it's such a bummer. Yeah, especially with indie games. For some reason, that always happens. Like, I don't know what it is about indie developers, but it always seems to be something pops up, and then it's just, yeah, that's such a bummer. Well, I hope it's okay, though. It sounds like it'd be a fun game. That's kind of a bummer, though, that it had to be made by someone who's not so good. Potentially. I think this needs a little bit of that. There we go. Yeah, that's rough too, especially when you get really attached to a video game. Like, that is such a bummer. It's like, it's the equivalent of getting really attached to a TV show or a movie. And then being like, oh, bummer, you know? Yes, Tinka Boy! How you doing? We love you. We got some good folks in here today. I'm super excited about y'all being here. Thanks for tuning in, because this has been a blast. But yeah, we're yeah, it's kind of a bummer whenever shows, movies, games do that, because it's just, Not fun. Yeah, the big guy. My goal in the comic is to just make him a chonker of a boy, you know? If you guys have ever seen Treasure Planet, I'm hoping to give him kind of like John Silver vibes. I'm hoping. I'm crossing all my fingers and my toes. Like, I'm hoping that he's good. Yep. Yeah, but I want him to be kind of a Silver character, you know? Hey, Benji, I love you. How we doing? That game is really nice, but I only play NAC 2 because the first one is a little expensive. My old PS doesn't have it. Fair. Super fair. Yeah, it's always hard when video games are actually very expensive. Because then you're just like, I want to play your game, but I cannot. Okay, I think we might be now able to color, but I'm gonna be very careful with this little section here because it's bugging me and I don't know why. I don't know what's bugging me about this though. Like, is it... Maybe it's the angle. How sharp the angle is. Is this just making his wrists look really chunky and they're not actually that chunky? Maybe? Yeah, I think that helps a little. I'll do a little more fiddling, but we'll see. Turn his elbow slightly. Yeah, that's the other thing that I'm thinking about, maybe. Because I think I can get away... Because the sketch is more like this kind of vibe. Like it's more angled out. But we'll see. Maybe a little more like that, maybe. Yeah. Hopefully I could do some video games on the channel. It'll be nice. A bit better. First two fingers. Yeah. I mean, I could, or I could do that. I don't know how I like that. We'll see. We'll see. Technically, this elbow shouldn't be resting on this hand, though. So... I need to figure out how I want to do that. Like if it's putting these fingers in front, which would make more sense. But we'll see. Because I don't want it to look dorky, you know? And I feel like with multiple hands, you have to be really careful. Oh yeah. I do remember you from that. I was trying to remember where I saw your username before, or like your icon, because I try to pay attention to that, but they swap so often. Like sometimes it's really hard to tell where I've seen someone from. So I'm glad to see you again. That's way cool. Yeah, no, the chunky boys, they're my favorites. You know, like that's my favorite type to draw. Thank you. Yeah, keeping it, yeah. Unfortunately, that's where I'm at with my icon. The profile picture on my channel has been that way for years. And even when I changed it to the same character so people could still remember me. Because when I first started this channel, how I would describe it to people is I'd be like, yeah, just look for Angel Art 411. It'll be the one with the... At the time I said fox, like orange fox character. It's a wolf, but people always recognize her from being a fox. So I was like, just blah blah blah, find this channel, this will be the icon. So unfortunately I've never changed it because I've unfortunately always described my channel that way. So I need to update it a bit, but I do like how it looks so far. Yeah, the canine dilemma. Yep, that's exactly the problem. Yep. If you even remotely put orange on a wolf, people are like, it's a fox. And you're like, well, that's valid. So, yeah. And it's like, she's such an old character of mine. Like, it's ridiculous how old of a character she is. But she's always stayed on my channel, so, you know, can't really change it now. But I'm kind of leaning towards, like, doing something a little more towards, like, my own face on there. But, like, not physically, but, like, doing a caricature of myself might be fun, you know? Just because then I'll have something a little bit better, but... Yeah, I'm trying to do more mic and camera. I get very excited when I do. I just, some days, like, my room's a wreck, or, like, I'm not feeling it. Like, I used to put on makeup before I do recordings just because it would make me feel more confident. But recently I haven't been doing any makeup, and so I was like, you know what, I'll just very timidly do this and see how it goes, because sometimes I'm not feeling up to recording. But I don't wear a lot of makeup anyway. Like, the only reason I used to put it on was for recording. And even then I would only do like eyeliner, blush, and lipstick, and that was it. And a little mascara. But like, it was too much. Like, I would spend like an hour getting ready and then 2 hours setting everything up for the stream. And then by the time I was streaming, it was like a 3-hour stream and I was exhausted already because I had already spent like 7 or 8 hours that day on prepping for it, you know? So I'm excited that this is a good thing. Yeah, so I try to keep my streams up on my channel. Sometimes I edit them though. Like, there's a handful where I've had like weird commercials pop up in the middle of my songs. And I've edited those out before just because it just ruins them. But yeah, I'm hoping to keep some of these up on the channel afterwards so we can revisit them if we want to. Yeah, exactly, like a pop balloon stuck to your skin. That's how makeup feels. I don't like it. It's just not great. And the other thing is I'm allergic to my makeup. So if you've ever seen any of the videos where I have makeup on for the video, my eyes are super red and puffy, and it's because like I'm literally allergic to my makeup. So it's such a bummer because I'll be sitting there and I'll be like recording and then my eyes are tearing up and I'm like so close to crying and I'm just like, I'm so sorry, like it hurts. I can't do makeup anymore, it's too much. So yeah, I'm just kind of hoping that I could do without it. But yeah, I hope to have more like face cam streams. Yeah, no, makeup's a bummer. But I'm hoping to have more face cam streams. I'm hoping to do more mic streams. In the future, I want to do like a thank you stream for you guys where you can do like little requests. But by that time, I kind of want to have the Discord server up. So that way, people on the Discord server can like recommend like OCs they want drawn. But for the most part, my recommendation streams, I only do like popular media. So that way I can look it up on Google and draw it from there. So that way there's no like potential scariness that's going on, if that makes sense. Like there's no one like sending phishing links or stuff like that, you know. That's the only reason I try to keep the channel really safe and really free of links, is just because I get really nervous that people are going to click on something they shouldn't, you know. So eventually I want to do a Discord server where everyone can join on and we can all do little like art games and stuff on that. Because that's been a huge goal of mine for a while now. But we'll see how that turns out. If you guys are interested, please let me know, because I would love to have you guys on that Discord channel. So yeah, and it's becoming more popular to do. Like the reason I don't have my chat up right now, and I usually do, is because the past couple of streams I've had like a bot come on and they just like spam the heck out of my chat, and it'll be like links and inappropriate things, and like it's not cool. So hence why a couple of the other past streams have been hidden, is just because it you know, there was an inconvenient problem with it, and that, you know, kind of ruined the whole stream for everyone. So I've been keeping my chat kind of hidden on my stream. That's why it has like a big black box where you guys are supposed to pop up. But it's blank currently, just because, you know, we've had too many bots come in recently. So I'm trying to get a mod or two on the channel before that happens. So we'll see if that works. Oh no! Hold on. This is why we keep napkins on hand, folks. I just spilled all the way down my sweater. Dang it. Oh, well, I hope that comes out in the wash, because that's a bummer. That's okay. Bummer. Anyway. Yeah, but so far so good. You guys have been fantastic, so I'm not too worried about that. And always, 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 if there's any creative thing that you guys are up to, I'm very excited. That's okay, Julio. We still love you. But yeah, if there's ever something that you guys are doing creatively, I want to make sure that you guys are given kind of a platform here to talk about it, because I know a lot of channels have a really hard time with that, and I might have to change that rule depending on how it goes in the future. But for now, I want to make sure that if you guys are doing anything creative, you guys are more than welcome to like talk about it here, like give the name of the project. Like in the Discord server that I want to start up, I want to do a thing where you can share kind of what the project is you're working on in a certain channel, because that would be fun. But yeah, definitely, you know, definitely want to give you guys some space here to talk about anything, you know. Yeah, and I know the struggles of not drawing forever shy. That's always super hard. Also, I need to figure out video game wise what I want to play on the channel. Because I think Rain World's a good one. I think I really want to play some of that. I think Lethal Company could be fun. I really want to make sure that whatever I'm doing would be super fun. Ooh, origami! Heck yes! Heck yes. Absolutely. See, okay. Here's my thing, right? For one of my episodes of becoming a creative polymath, I want to learn origami because it is so... It's been out of my reach for too long. I need it, you know? Like, I need to learn that skill, and I want it. It's supposed to be a one-off. Obsessed with that. See? I like it. A character very monkey paw. Very monkey paw related. Also, Rain World, yes please, absolutely. Very, very excited to play that on the channel. Just want it to be good, you know? But I can't decide if I want it to be on stream or if I want it to be pre-recorded. And I think I'm shooting for pre-recorded. Just because that could be a little more controlled for my first time video gaming, which would be nice. Like, once I get more comfortable video gaming on the channel, maybe then I'll start doing streams of it, but... Yes, ASMR could be really good too. Like, that's another one. That's another one that I kind of want to get into, is ASMR just for a single video. It'd be so good. Like, I feel like there would need to be 2 separate videos for that, though. One is just ASMR normal, like just how people used to do it. And then one needs to be one of the roleplay ASMRs, because I feel like they're very different genres. So we'll see how that would work out. But I want to do at least 1 episode per, just to like see what takes. Because, like, maybe I gravitate towards one versus the other, you know? So, yeah, RP ASMRs can be fun. I think it really depends on the person, and it really depends on the RP, because there's some where I'm like, I can't do this, like, it's too much for me. And then there's others where I'm like, this feels like a warm hug, if that makes sense. Like, it feels like I know this person already, and I'm very comfortable around them, and I love that, you know? So, yeah. There's a handful of those where I'm very excited about them, but yeah. Yeah, that's another thing, is the character design that does not fit the voice is very tricky. Because you want it to fit, right? Like, you want the character to fit. Otherwise it doesn't make any sense. But, you know, some people just, that's what they gravitate towards, is that specific character, even though their voice doesn't quite fit it. Which is kind of a bummer, but, you know, understandable. It's like picking a proper voice actor for your character, you know? Like, you can't just be willy-nilly and voice the character yourself if you don't fit the role, you know? Yeah, it breaks the illusion. Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. America, yeah! Cool, cool, cool. Hey, look, a strawberry. Stop. Stop. Don't you start that on this stream. Do not start that on this stream, you silly heathen. Don't you do it. I won't have any of this mockery. How dare you? Don't do it. Yes, headcanon voice claims. That's such a great way to do that. That's kind of why I'm looking for one right now for Tank. Because I think doll in my brain. Because you know why, Bryce. How dare you? That's why I think for the Life's a Bee and You Keep on Living, that animation for me feels like Doll's headcanon voice. Like, it feels very her. Like, that voice for some reason just took in my brain very well. It's great. It's strawberry. Stop. 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 Stop it. Stop. Guys, stop. You're throwing me off. This the strawberry must cease. Cease the strawberry. No, thank you. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, look, a strawberry. Stop. I need stop. 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 I do not look like a strawberry. You're gonna destroy me. Oh no. Oh jeez. Okay. 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 I see how it is. I see. It's so true. I need to do an animation for that one. It makes me chuckle too much not to. But I have no idea why. Oh. Dude, I feel that. My dogs, whenever I start laughing too hard, they're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm laughing. I'm sorry. Ugh, such a bummer. It's so great though. Makes me so happy. Oh, gosh, I love that. That's one of my favorite memes to ever come out of the internet, is like, oh, look, it's strawberry. So funny. Which is such a bummer, because the way I first learned about that meme was in the worst way possible. But the rest of the memes were so cute. Oh yeah, a strawberry cow would be adorable. Strawberry cow would be adorable. Absolutely. Oh, you guys are too funny. Oh, back on the original topic. The headcanon voice claims. I'm struggling hardcore for Tanks right now because nothing quite sounds like him in my brain. The closest I've gotten is the BoJack Horseman dude. And even then, it's not quite right, you know? But it's definitely one of those voices that I will never find the right tone for, you know? Like, Skinner in my brain is Michael Bublé. It fits him. It seems legit. I love him. Lucy, I haven't found a good voice actor for either, but I think I like the voice actress from Lackadaisy Cats, the one who does... Oh crap, I always want to call her Lemon Pepper, but I don't think her name is Lemon Pepper. Hold on. Is it Lemon Pepper? Ivy Pepper. Ivy Pepper. Because in my brain, for some reason, it always corrects to Lemon Pepper. It's Ivy Pepper. So, every once in a while, Ivy does a voice that I'm like, oh, that could be close to Lucy. But the problem is Lucy is not a whiny high pitch, and that's really hard to find in female voice actors. Like, it's a very specific tone, you know? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's really hard to find character voices that you've had for so many years of your life, you know? Like, if you've had that character for so long, you no longer can, like, adjust them to fit a voice, which is such a bummer. Like, I love creating characters based off of a voice, because then you can sit there and be like, okay, maybe I can tone this up or, twist that down a little bit. Or, maybe they have an upturned nose because of the way they talk. Or, like, that's super fun. Great character designing idea, if you guys ever need one, is design a character off of a voice. I might do that for a video, actually. That could be way fun. But basically designing a character off of a voice versus designing a voice, so to speak, like casting a voice for a character is much harder. That's exactly what they had in Has Been Hotel that everyone was kind of iffy on. And even for me, like, it took me a minute for Keith David to be Husk, Does that make sense? Like, I had already seen him with a different voice. In my brain, it kind of fit. I was like, okay, it's legit enough that I get it. And then Keith David did his voice, and I couldn't see anyone but Dr. Facilier and Goliath. And it was taking me out of it for a little bit. And then the moment I really leaned into the voice, the moment I really loved his voice, was Loser Baby. Because for some reason, that one really solidified his voice in my brain as Husk and not just like Keith David, So. Oh yeah. I get hyperfixated on that show every once in a while. It is so good. Like, it really makes me happy. The Vivs has been working on, like, those characters for so long. I feel like I grew up with them, if that makes sense. Like, it's really strange for me to go back to them and rewatch, like, the new show versus the pilot, And even before then, like, I was a huge fan of all her speed draws. Like, I would sit and watch every single one of them, and they are recurring characters in those. So I pretty much felt like I knew the characters before they even came on screen, which is a very tricky thing to shake for your audience. Like, you're trying your best to kind of create these characters that aren't going to get away from you, if that makes sense. And her audience definitely let them get away from her a little bit, but she reined them back in. And I feel like I'm pretty on board with, like, the voicing cast now. They did a good job. So, and Michael did a great job in the pilot for Angel. I think he did fantastic. I would definitely, he's a real solid voice actor. Definitely huge props there. But Blake Roman is now his new voice, and I think they did a great job, like, trying to recast him, even though it's a kind of a bummer. It's a great recast, if that makes sense. So, make an animation of Stabbery. Oh, maybe Strawberry. Maybe, I assume you meant Strawberry and not Stabbery, because I feel like that's a very, very different vibe. But yes, absolutely. I'll have to make a Strawberry meme animation sometime soon. But I don't know what it would be. Like, I can't tell if it would be Tank being like, oh, look, a strawberry. Oh, look, a strawberry. Like, I can't tell if it would be only Tank doing that. And he's trying to cheer Lucy up. Like, that's the only thing in my brain that's coming to grips right now. It's either that or it would be like my character's progressively getting more gremlin-esque. Like just, you know, it starts with like Skinner, and then it goes to Lucy, and then Tank, and then Axel, you know, like the range of gremlin. So I'll have to think on that one. I'm not sure which one would be better. If you guys have a preference, let me know, because I I don't know. Axel or Bibia? Yeah. we love a good boy. He's silly. Axel is definitely one of my sillier characters. I love him. Yes, exactly. A sophisticated gentleman, and the last one is a roach. Okay, here's another problem I'm having, right? Oh, which question? Hold on. How do you balance wanting to write what you love versus what you feel the audience wants? Is that your question? Because for that specific question, it's a good question. Because a lot of the time what you want is what the audience wants. And if it's not, you found the wrong audience a lot of the time. But there's also certain things that you wouldn't have thought of that your audience thinks of that you're like, oh, I really should lean into that because that's a better idea. Does that make sense? Like, you never want to steal your audience's ideas. Bad idea. Don't do it. But if there's something you felt like you should lean into, but you were like, I'm not sure, and your audience reaffirms that, you should lean into it probably. Like, it's probably a better idea than what you were doing. However, there's some times where you'll be creating something and your audience is like, oh, wouldn't this be a great idea? And you're like, no, it would ruin the character. Like, it would ruin how they're portrayed. It would ruin how they interact with the world around them. It's a bad idea. You know, sometimes there's moments like that and you just have to be like, oh, well, actually there's something planned better for him, but you'll have to hold on, you know, like it really comes down to whether or not you have it in your brain what you want, if that makes sense. Yes, exactly. I've had a lot of people look at me and be like, oh, Tank should have this thing. And I'm like, no, because unfortunately, Tank is not that type of person. Even though he would do XYZ, he draws the line at XYZ, you know, because if he doesn't, it feels wrong, you know, like it feels like it's out of his character scope. That's definitely something you need to take a peek at whenever creating a character. Just make sure that you're constantly like fact checking with yourself, if that makes sense. Like, kind of take a wide scope lens on it and be like, hey, would this character do this? If not, don't do it. Don't do it. It ruins the character. And for a better planning of that character, if you really want to make sure that your character feels alive, what you want to do is you want to make sure that... How's a good way to phrase this? You want to make sure that their arc feels believable and it didn't just snap into place. Does that make sense? Like, you want to make sure that when you're talking about your character, when you're writing your character, when you're planning things for your character, that you can look at it and see, even if it's subtle, you can see how the person got to that arc versus like, oh, they're here now and now they're here, because then people will get confused and they'll be like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? You know? Yeah, just what we were typing. Yeah. So, you definitely want to make sure that whatever you're writing your character into is going to feel okay. Like, it's not going to be a problem, you know? Like, you really want to make sure you're not writing yourself into a corner with the things that you're doing for your character. Like, if you want something in the later chapter to happen, you should probably start writing now what you want to happen to get them there, you know? For instance, if you want a villain arc for a character, right? Let's take the comic version of Wanda and the movie version of Wanda from Marvel. It's going to be a worse time for you. With Wanda's movie version, she has a really sharp decline into villain territory that made a little sense, but not enough to like justify just how evil she was. And then they didn't give her her opportunity to rise back up like she does in the comics. So in the comics, she has waves. She has roller coaster waves. She starts as a villain, goes to a hero, declines because of magic stuff, realizes what she's doing, comes back up as a hero, declines again. Like, it's a whole thing, right? But every time that they do it, I can't say every single time because unfortunately there's different writers in every book, but most of the time she rises back up and she dips back down at the proper time where you're like, oh, I can see where she got that. You know, I understand. You know, like something terrible happened to her or her brother. Something terrible happened here. She turns into a villain. She realizes she's hurting the people she loves and she peaks back up. You know, like it's very noticeable. You can understand why she's getting to the place she is. However, in the movie, it felt very like, oh, I'm getting there, because WandaVision. It feels like she's getting to a point where she's a hero and then just tanks and you don't know where it came from, because you're like, yeah, sure, like the Darkhold, that's a problem. But you get to that point and you're like, this doesn't make any sense for why on earth you would put her in that situation, you know? And then even her arc to come back up as a hero, they were trying to leave off on like, oh, she could be a hero, and it failed. Like, it didn't feel right, you know? Like, it felt like we just killed her off anyway, because it doesn't matter, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter. But, yeah. See, gosh, I wish I could open up my door and show you guys my dogs right now, but I have so much food just lying on this area next to me. I really should eat it. Yeah, it's illegal to move with a dog on your lap. It's doggo law. You can't move. Illegal. Don't want to get a fine. Absolutely. That'd be a bummer. He's on your ribbies. That's fine. That's where he belongs. He tries his best. He's just sleepy. Okay. I know I said I wanted to get to color on this stream, but we've been going for almost 3.5 hours. So, I might start on color here, and as soon as we hit the 3:30 mark, that's probably where I'll end this. We'll see, because I have like, let's see, probably 7 minutes, I want to say, roughly 6.5. We'll see how far I get in that time, but we'll try that. So just for now, I'll be working on that just for a quick sec. I need to label my folders though, because I'm about to get in trouble. Panel number 1. Panel number 2. Panel number 3. Perfect. You broke the law, not the pupper law. Ah, you are a fugitive now from all puppers. Problem. Sad day, 7 speed bumps. Sad day. Ah. Well, good luck on your journey. Oh, well, okay. That's kind of like a bait and switch almost. That's like an Indiana Jones moment. Swapping the statue. So, you know, maybe. Depends if the pupper seems disgruntled with it. At the very least, I think I want to get the dandelion in color, because that might be good. Let's actually snag the colors that I used for the flower. Your back hurts. I'm so sorry. Your poor pupper is probably very sorry too, but also... not sorry enough. The poor pupper. No, but I'm sorry your back hurts. That's never fun. Also, that felt like a very Phoenix Wright objection. Feel like a grandma. Yeah, me too. I feel that. That's always so tricky. Okay. Ooh, the dandelion is mostly in color. It just needs its line art colored. Watch this. Ready, y'all? You ready for this mayhem? Boom! Yeah, yeah. See that? That was cool. Watch this. Ready? See all that? Yeah, yeah, yeah. See? I'm a mayhem. A master of mayhem. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Look at how cute. That's best dandelion I've ever drawn in my whole life. Ah, so cute. Although I think maybe I should do... Because Tank makes a comment on it dying. And it doesn't feel very dead right now. So I'm wondering if I should, like... add petals on the ground, maybe? That could be good. Thoughts, opinions? I take all. Maybe that could be good. Yeah, maybe make some of the petals wilted. I could do that. Maybe some of the edge ones. Because Lucy's counterpoint is she says it's not dying, it's growing. So I want to make sure that whatever I do, it makes sense for both of their statements. Does that make sense? So maybe I can do like a couple, like a little more brown. Or like graying at the edges. That could be it. Oh no, I have a fly in my room. I just saw him go by. Remember to unshrimp, y'all. Ugh! How dare you? How dare you? Now I gotta sit up straight. I'm fighting with this mic. I'm fighting for my life. Even though I wasn't that shrimped, I want to make sure I'm not shrimping. Oh, yeah. Maybe that's good? Does that look like the flower's both growing and dying? Thoughts, y'all? Maybe it needs a couple over here. Maybe one falling down? Something like that could be useful. Yeah? Okay. Maybe that works. Yeah. I'm thinking yes. I'm thinking that looks pretty solid. Cause like I think when dandelions grow, they're kind of like half wilting anyway, so. Oh, that's nice. That's good. That's a huge compliment. I'll take that. Alice in Wonderland dandelions are good. I do like that. Okay. I think that's looking good so far. I think that really draws the attention that it needs to. I think that looks good. Okay. Let's get at least base colors down for everyone. Like objects in the scene. That might be a little trickier with these two, because I don't think I looped their line art all the way across the bottom. We'll see. Okay, there's Lucy's base color. I'm gonna put her in her own folder. And I'm gonna put Tank in his own folder. Ooh, Tank might be interesting to try to cut off a little bit. Maybe. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, I need to get a different mic stand because I can feel myself like turning into a pretzel to go around this one. Fluffy like a marigold falling from the air. Quick question for what creature I tried growing as. Crack makes the biggest difference for you. Cool. I want to know what you mean by what creature you try growing as. Like, are you asking what type of vibes you give? That's the second comment. Y'all need to calm down about Tank. Y'all need to calm down. Deep breaths. Yeah, do crab game. Do a crab game. Do it. It's a good idea. I like it. There's Tank. Fancy little bean. Okay. Hopefully. Oh, I have to cut this one off too. Okay, cool. I need to just get in the habit of doing that anyway when I'm drawing these guys. Just like immediately cut off the limbs I need. Oh, actually, technically that one would have an arm. This is Debbie. Good googly moogly. I love those. And yes, I think those are good game ideas anyway. I think either of those would work. I think you're right. Okay, so there's Lucy. Let's grab Tank. Here's my boy. I'm gonna pull him up. Okay. Also, please tell me y'all are not hearing copyright music right now. Like, that would be such a bummer if I had streamed for 3.5 hours and not noticed that my copyright music was playing through. We're all good. We only have the lo-fi playing. Oh, that's super cool. I like that, you know, servers that you're on give you those type of options. That's super fun. Also, if you guys have Clip Studio Paint, a great idea for your characters is making their color palettes. I don't know if that makes sense, but like there's an option on Clip Studio Paint to make a color palette. Definitely do that for your characters. I was doing it the other way, which is basically you color pick from the little option in the top right corner. I don't think you guys can see it on my screen, but it's somewhere up in that area. If you can see where my mouse is kind of moving right now, there's like a photo in that upper section. You can color pick from it if you change to that setting. I was doing it that way before, and it's easy-ish, but it's also really hard if you're wanting to navigate at the same time. So instead I highly recommend making like a little color palette for your character. It's great. Also, thanks, Shy. I appreciate it. I appreciate knowing if my stream was, you know, having problems. If you guys ever have one of those moments where you realize something's going on and I am oblivious to it, like my music is, you know, copyright music or something super loud, let me know. Also, we'll see you later, Julio. You've been awesome. Thank you. But, yeah, it's just, you know, if you ever notice one of those things, let me know. Because sometimes it's a problem. Yeah, you'll have to... I think it'll have you log into your Clip Studio account and it'll transfer it to your new one. It's rough, though, if you didn't get it off your old one. Because they made it a little easier nowadays, but originally it was basically if you didn't get it off the old one, it wouldn't allow you in the new one. But Clip Studio Paint has made it so that way you can deactivate it on the other account and hit it on the new one. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that works out for you. So also, how are we feeling about Tank's hand on Lucy's shoulder? Good? Not good? I think it's a little small. Are we feeling the same way? I think it needs to be a little bigger. If it's going to be on her shoulder, I think it needs to be somewhere in there. The gorilla comes back? I want to know what that means. I think that's a little... Tank is a brown tarantula. Ooh, green bottle blue tarantula. Those are sick. Yeah, Tank's a brown tarantula. His friend Smokey is, let me see if I can find the type. I used to call it a zebra tarantula, but I don't think that's what it's called. It's a striped knee tarantula. Also known as a zebra tarantula. There we go. So, Smokey is a zebra tarantula. Welcome back, Julio. Yeah, super, super cool. I have a pink toe tarantula girl character. She is a pastel goth. I thought it was adorable. So, she's super cool. She's a pastel goth. And then, her friend is a purple tarantula. I can't remember the official name for it. Let me look it up real quick. I think she was a purple tree tarantula, but I'll have to double check that. Either that or a purple pink toe tarantula. Anyway, she was super cool. And she was like an actual goth, like black and everything. Super cool. So yeah, it was a pastel goth and an actual like dark goth. Classic goth, I should say. Super fun characters. Some of my favorites to draw. So I hope they make it in the background of the comic, because they're kind of huge background characters, but yeah. Yeah, they're super fun. Bunker is a giant Amazonian ant. He's one of the other characters. From the beginning pages. He's super cool. He's Tank's best friend before he gets Skinner. Yeah, he's super cool. And then there's Tank's family are brown tarantulas. Skinner is a running crab spider. That's the one I was missing. And Axel is a peacock spider. So, he's a fancy bean. Yeah, I also have a honeypot ant character. She's super cool too. And a red ant character. I focused a lot on ants for a little while just because I thought they were super cool. Oh. Okay. I mean, sometimes that makes me a little nervous that I actually missed, you know, a whole dang gorilla, but, you know. I'll have to bring up some of my other character designs sometime because they are super fascinating. Like I focused on ants for a while and butterflies because those were like the easiest ones to get a character design down for, because there's different references for those characters, you know? And then I had a scorpion fly, which was out of my comfort zone. And that was rough. Like I had to figure out, like especially you have to figure out like sexual dimorphism in the bugs. So yeah. Yes, Julio, what's up? Julio. Yeah. Julio. Say that 10 times fast. I don't know why I get tongue twisted on that. Free what? It's probably time to to pop off. I'm definitely 15 minutes over, but I was having fun, so I didn't notice. You're free? You're free how? What happened? I missed something. No problem. In the pool. What was in the pool? Wait, hold on. I missed something. There was something in the pool. Were you in the pool? There is a gorilla. There is not a gorilla behind me. We're not starting this up either. What's the gorillas? How dare you? There is my dog behind me though. Do you guys want a sneak peek at my pupper? I'm gonna open my door, but I have to hold her tight because I've got food all over the place. I'll be right back. This is Belle. She's super cute. She loves being here. Huh? You're a cutie. Yes, you are. This is Belle. She's an adorable little pupper. She hasn't been groomed recently, so her face is kind of scruffy, but she's an Aussie doodle. Super, super cute. Oh, you guys are gonna get to see both of my dogs. Ellie is at the door. Give me a sec. And this one's my chonker, Miss Ellie. She's a hefty pupper. She's only into food. Oh no! So she is going to try to wriggle out of my arms to eat something. But this is Ellie. Ellie, say hi, baby. Oh, good gracious. Okay, you gotta go. You gotta go. Those are my two dogs. Super, super cute. Ellie is very food motivated. She'll sit by me, usually right here. There's like a little place off screen, but unfortunately I put like a blanket over the top and I put all my like plates on top of it for food. So she's got no place to lay down right now, and she'd eat all my food. So they're currently locked out of my room. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Those are my dogs. They're super cute. They make me really happy. And they're precious little sweethearts. Sometimes they're noisy, but they're precious little sweethearts. They make me happy. I enjoyed it greatly. Good, I'm glad. I did too. I love it when they pop in. Belle sometimes will sit right there on that couch, just like in that general area, and she'll just like sit there, so every so often I get a little sneak peek of her in one of my videos. It's great, but unfortunately I think the last two times that she jumped up on the couch, I had to like clip that part of the video anyway because I forgot what I was saying. And so I had to like trim it out, and I was so bummed because I was like, no, the one time she's on screen. So yeah, but she's adorable. She makes me happy. Oops. You're escaping Area 51. Well, good luck with that. I've heard it's well guarded. Same, Benji, same. Same. Bring back the aliens, because I need more friends. Just as long as they like playing video games. If not, then we can't be friends. That's a joke, by the way. Anyone who doesn't like playing video games, you don't have to. It's fine. I get it. I understand. But it's just for humor's sake. Also, I don't know why, but I'm particularly proud of that first panel pose of Tank. Like, I feel like I nailed, like, where the arms to torso to hip ratio. That's how my brain, every once in a while, if you guys ever hear me stuttering, it's because I, like, scramble the entire sentence together. Like, I start at the first part of the sentence, and then I'm about to, like, say the rest of it, and in reality, my brain just skips to the end of the sentence, so it's just like, I should understand that. And then I'm like, that's not what I meant. So, just letting you know, if you ever hear me, like, stumbling or stuttering, my brain is working too fast for my mouth, so. Also, thank you. I'm very excited about that. I'm very ecstatic about the fact that Tank is turning out so good. We're gonna snag Lucy's color palette real quick. And then I'm gonna double check that her sleeves are the proper color, because every so often I get them very wrong. They are. We're good. Also, I forgot to draw her little pant line. Very important. That's what I like about color. Every so often I can catch kind of what I missed. Like, because I know that there should be a color there that's not. I am missing something very important. I look back and there's like 5 new messages. I love it. You guys are silly. Perfect. Okay. Ah, there she be. What a cutie. Crab life? Swimmingly. Great. I'm glad. I'm loving these little puns. Those are great. Seems so strange. Okay, here we go. We're getting the end. Oh, we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Okay, so that one's Tank's hand. This one's gonna be Lucy. So let's hide Tank's hand for a second. See if this turns out the way I want it to. They're like almost... yeah, they're like knee-length-ish. Technically... okay, hold on. The art for this is a little off. We'll fix it. Okay. We'll try that instead. Maybe that worked. Super duper fun. Okay. A large dino bird. I like to imagine that you two did the little, like, bro nod to each other as you walk past him drinking. He's just like sitting there, you're staring each other down, and it just turns into and then running off. Maybe? Okay, Lulu, what are your freckles? They are that color. Okay, weird. Okay, I'll take it. That's fine. I have so many superfluous pinks in here. Adios, Benji. Have a good night. We love Benji. Benji's good. Ain't nothing Ugh, you guys. Pulling out all the stops tonight. So proud. Oh, another one that I want to do for one of the like polymath videos is I want to do like a cover song. I haven't decided how I want to do that yet though. I haven't done enough research into like copyright rules to do something like that, so we'll see. But I kind of want to get started on that, you know. Oh. There we go. Also, I am... monkey. I am a heathen when it comes to certain character designs that I absolutely love on characters, and I have to repeat them in my own. And one of those is Tank's dark eyes. I don't know what it is. Something about dark with light instead makes me very happy. And I had to choose it for Tank's because it just fit him too well. Because it feels very threatening, but you get to know it, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a comforting color scheme actually. That's all I got for that. Like, but I wanted to do it for Smokey as well, because there's most tarantulas in this world have the dark with the light instead. And I did it for Smokey. I made his eyes dark and then orange irises. And unfortunately, that made a lot of people be like, oh, he's just Husk. And I was like, oh, no, he's not supposed to be Husk. But, ooh, because I could see the connection. Because he's a bartender, you know. And then with that color combination, it would definitely make him Husk. So I opted for white scleras for him instead, which sucks because, you know, that's not his original character design. But with Husk getting his redesign to be like black and orange, it pushed people into thinking that he was very Husk-like, and that was kind of a bummer for me. So I changed it in order to try to avoid that. So we'll see if it sticks around or not. He hasn't made his debut in the comics yet, so I might just change it, but we'll see. Also, can everyone tell me why the heck I'm getting Christmas ads already? It's fascinating. Like, not that I don't love Christmas. I love Christmas. It's one of my favorite holidays. But can you just explain to me why the heck I haven't even gotten a Halloween ad yet, and I already have Christmas ones? Yeah, it's mostly the Disney ones, I think. It's Shakira.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Ooh. Too much. Nice. There we go. Okay, so Tank at least has his little stripies. The alien waifus. Yeah. Yeah, seems about legit. Okay. Ooh. Let's get Tank's stripe on the first panel in, because I think he should have a stripe there. But we'll double check. Sometimes those stripes look a little weird if they're in a panel that doesn't seem like it should be. Yes. What's up? What's your question? Also, I know it's rude, but I'm gonna slightly start snacking. Ooh, sorry. My funniest direct? Don't know how to write it. Is that one in Spanish? Do you know the word for it in Spanish? Directo. Okay. Let's see. Ukulele. Good job. Let's see. Yeah, there's color now. Julio, is there potentially a second word for it? Like one that's a little close as well? You guys are with Tank's booty. How dare you? Okay. Like a live performance, maybe? Oh, okay. That's a good question. Like on stream, maybe? Like what was the funniest moment on stream? Because I think you guys all jumping on the strawberry bandwagon was actually hilarious. I think that might be my funniest moment. In recording, oh gosh, there was one that I included as a blooper, and I can't remember it now. But there was one time where I went to reach for something and didn't gauge how close my desk was, and like bashed my knuckles in. And I was like, oh, and it was not fun, but it was very funny. Like re-watching the recording, the things that set it up, very, very funny. I did the exact same thing before starting this live stream, which is why it took me a little longer to start it, is I went to scoot back on my chair and my foot slipped and it slammed into like the bar of the desk. It was very funny. But I think you guys doing the strawberry has taken the cake for me. Like the fact that you guys started up on the, oh, look, a strawberry. Very funny. I think that's fantastic. Does that hopefully answer your question? Sweet. Alrighty. Well, I think we have all the base colors down. So, I think that's where we might call it for today. I might do another stream to do like, what is it called? Like the painterly background for Tank. I might do another stream just to show you guys kind of how I've been doing those recently. But I think for now, this is where we might leave it. When? That's a good question. Because my day job recently has been taking up a lot of my time. So basically, I work for 5 to 8 or 10 hours, 5 to 10 hours at my day job. And then I come home, and it depends on whether or not I have energy, time, and like the ability to set up a stream before I go. So that's kind of why streaming has been a little off and on. So hopefully I find my work schedule soon, because they should send a new one out soon, and then I can figure out when I can do one. But if you just keep track of hopefully how it worked out today is I sent a post out on YouTube to say that I was starting, and hopefully that helped. So yeah, so I hope the next stream is, soon. Hopefully by the next time I do the next stream, we've got some sort of Discord server set up. If not, that's okay too. But I just want to make sure that everyone's feeling like, happy and excited about it, so. But this will be good. I'm super excited. We'll stream later. We've got base colors down for characters now, which is good, because that'll help me feel more motivated to get everything else done. So, that first panel, though, is probably just going to be concrete on the ground, so it's nothing too special. Second panel is definitely where I'm going to be focusing all of the background energy into. Unfortunately, with this page, it has to be 2 pages that I put out for this page. Because since this one's only a 3-panel page, I want to make sure that you guys have something that you're reading with like some real substance to it. So it'll be this page, and then I'll probably do my secondary page as well, and I'll push both of those out at the same time. So hopefully that works out. But thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate having you guys over here. You've been fantastic, and you know, we had a stream that the chat was very amicable this time around, which means we might be able to put them up next time around. I'm also very excited because hopefully I'll have more mods on this channel where they can kind of like focus on the chat, where I don't have to like pay attention as closely to it. Oh, look, it's strawberry. It's been a fun stream. I've really appreciated you guys being here, so thank you so much. Next stream, I'll make sure to do the same thing. I'll shoot a post to let you guys know that it's been up. So if you don't have the bell rang, make sure you ring the bell. Make sure that you're staying on top of it, because that's kind of how I've been announcing these recently. Because I used to do it on Twitter and then I'd get a ton of bots. So I think I'm just gonna do it on YouTube now. But yeah, I'll keep you up to date. I'll make sure to let you guys know if I stream next. I'll give you a time and date if I know it. So, awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining. We appreciate it. Love you guys so much. Have a great night. Stay safe. Make sure that you're having a great time. I'll see ya. Love you. Bye.